ton of it, but that does mean that the more people we can get working on keeping that updated, the better. If you have a port, an application that you really love that might be depreciated on FreeBSD, if you want to maintain or add that port, that's fantastic. We always love that. And finally, you can go through our PR list. This is also linked on the newbies page I have up there, the link to Bugzilla. But if you go through the PR list, you might notice some bugs that need fixing, and it might be directly applicable to be something that you are passionate about or know a lot about. And if you find something that you can submit a patch for, that's great too. Finally, on the bottom here, I have the link to the FreeBSD Foundation's website. We have a series called FreeBSD Fridays, which is just hour-long talks on different subjects about FreeBSD. Roller actually did this in FreeBSD Friday format a couple of months ago, and that was really fun. So you can find that there if you want to go back to it. And then underneath that, I have the link to our resource page, which has a ton of how-to guides, people that you might be interested in who release tons of FreeBSD content, and just general resources for becoming involved or becoming more involved in FreeBSD. And that's kind of the end of my my little introduction to FreeBSD. I have more resources listed up here. If you want to scan through, find anything that you find interesting, I have the newbies page up there. I have places to go if you have questions, the Facebook page, the mailing list for questions, for FreeBSD questions. But I just wanted to give a brief introduction to FreeBSD. But the best way to learn about FreeBSD is to install it and work on it a little bit. So that's what we're going to be doing in this workshop. So I'll turn it over to Roller.
Great. Thank you. So this is the guide. It's going to show you most of the steps that we're going to go through today. And to find it, you can just go to bsd.pw, and there's a link to the workshop on there. I will pull that up here real quick. So, no worries. I'll just switch to my Mac. Okay. Okay. So if you were just to go to bsd.pw, you'll see Getting Started with FreeBSD Workshop and the link to the workshop. And this is what we're going to do at the beginning, is we're going to install FreeBSD on a working computer. Now, when I say working computer, what am I talking about? We're going to be installing FreeBSD in VirtualBox, and I'll explain to you what VirtualBox is in a minute. But there's no reason why you can't install FreeBSD on a regular computer. Just when you're teaching it in a workshop, you would have to bring a whole lab of computers for everybody to erase and install. So with VirtualBox, it gives you more of like a virtual computer, and you can erase and install a computer operating system on it. So what I wanted to show you is we are going to go to freebsd.org to get the installer for FreeBSD. And you'll see this big yellow download FreeBSD button. That's where you want to go. And in production, you'll see a list of the recent releases listed below. So it looks like the most current is now 13.1. So we're going to just click Download FreeBSD, this big yellow button. And you'll notice that the heading here, FreeBSD 13.1, corresponds to that latest release. And you'll see that there's a column here for installer images. And they have many different platforms. We're going to use the top one, AMD64. And when you click on that, you're brought to a directory of the different installer files. And FreeBSD just wants to be friendly, so we're offering many different types of file. The one we need for this class is going to be this disk1.iso. So if you just want to click on that, It should start downloading. And we're not going to open it with the image mount or anything. We're just going to save this file to our computer. And while that's downloading, I thought I would show you what a FreeBSD computer looks like before we jump into the whole VirtualBox stuff. That way you can kind of get the hang of the feel for what it is that we're going to end up with. So this is a FreeBSD laptop. It's just a regular old laptop, about 10 years old. And you'll see when it starts up that you're just going to have a lot of text scrolling by. And with FreeBSD, it'll go through, and at the beginning you'll see this white text, and it's kind of poking the drivers for all these different devices in your computer, and the driver usually responds with some information about it. The gray stuff is more program output. So if it's bright white, it's coming from a device. If it's gray, it's coming from the operating system giving you information about, it's starting, just a little bit of information about what it's doing. And it all flew by really fast, and you didn't quite get to see it. So there is a button called pause break on your computer. If you push pause break, you can go back up. So that way you can kind of go back to the top and see what it said. So what it actually said at the beginning was it was booting, and then all the copyrights, and it starts walking through, like it says the CPU on this computer is i7-3610QM, and it just starts going through and asking how much memory is in this computer, and it just walks the whole thing. And then it gives you the name on the left is the name of the device. So for instance, if I was looking for a lot of those devices, you have the USB hub, and we have, so this will just give you the hang of it. Like, you can kind of see all the different devices, and then you'll see this ATH0, depending on what driver. You have different cards for Wi-Fi or a different card for your Ethernet. It's going to have a different driver. So this is using Atheros, so they just use ATH. It's the first card, so it starts with the 0. So ATH0, that's going to be one of my cards. So this is just to kind of give you an overview, a little bit of what it looks like, and the reasoning why we're not installing this on a real computer, right? Because if you were to install on a real computer, everybody'd have to bring computers that they're okay with erasing. But the cool thing is, see, it's all text. FreeBSD can be text-based, server-like, and run all its programs and stuff as a server. But you can also install an operating system desktop right on top of it. So there's no reason why you can't have a nice desktop with FreeBSD and have whatever programs you use. Like if you use a PyCharm or some of the JetBrains tools, or they all, if you can find it in the ports tree and it's working, there's no reason why you can't run it on FreeBSD. So that was just to give you a quick heads up that FreeBSD can be a regular desktop, and that's kind of where we're going to end up today. Is I'll teach you how to get it installed and how do you get to this point. And once you get to this point, it's really exciting because the desktop is still running, but you can jump back out to the operating system, and it has these different terminals. So you'll see the number up there changing: 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When you get back to 9 is usually where Xorg runs. But if you do Control Alt F1 and then Alt F2, F3, it'll bring you to these different screens. So if your desktop freezes, you can just come back to the server part and cancel it. And now the desktop is canceled. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this off, and we'll get started. So that download file should have finished by now, our FreeBSD installer. So let's go ahead and That would be like getting the actual CD, right? And now we need to take the CD and put it into the computer. I chose disk 1. And I didn't choose the ones with the .xz at the end. If you did, you just need a program that can extract that file. 7-zip works on a Windows. Kika works on a Mac. Go ahead.
I downloaded the 14.0 current and the 13.1 stable.
No, we're going to be showing you release today.
Okay.
So if you go to the big yellow download FreeBSD button, you'll be on this page.
Yeah, I'm trying to download it right now.
Okay, and then you'll grab the AMD64 installer. And it's only about 1 gig.
I have a known version of 13.0 disk 1.
Okay,
That'll work.
sure. You can always, yeah, the difference between 13.0 and 13.1 is a lot, but not for what we're doing. You know, last SCaLE, we were using 12.1, I think we were using in 2020. So it's fine. I mean, whatever version. We try to stay on the latest one, but if you'll notice on the main page of FreeBSD, it actually answers all these questions right here. You can use one of those 3 versions. You can use the 13.1 or 13.0 or 12.3. Those are all the latest. And upgrading isn't too hard. Go ahead.
So what's the process of upgrading from the last stable version to, let's say, the current stable version?
Yeah.
So upgrade.
Yeah, the upgrade, I mean, it's FreeBSD-update upgrade, and you tell it what release you want to upgrade to. It'll do some work, and then it'll ask you to type FreeBSD update. When you run it, it'll merge everything together, and it'll try to do the best it can. It'll try to auto-merge, and if there's something you've changed in a file that the update needs, it'll just ask you, what's the difference? And you say, oh, I want to keep that custom line that I left in there. And then you continue on. And it's really stable. It actually just works. I've been running FreeBSD on my server since FreeBSD 10 something, and you just keep pushing it, and it just keeps rolling to the next one. And it's not super hard to do.
What's the difference between the one and the one that says disk 1 and DVD 1?
Okay.
Because if one is 1 gig, the other is 4.
Yeah. So it's going to come with more packages, and more of the. You're not going to need as much of an internet connection for things. The disk 1 comes with a nice set of packages already. Boot only. We could even just do boot only. We don't really need any of the packages that come with it. So if we did just do boot only, we could. When you start, it just runs through the installer slightly different order because the first thing the boot-only disk wants to do is get internet. So as you go through the installer, you're setting up the internet first. So for us all to be on the same page, you might just see the screens in a different order if you're using a different version, basically. And then these image ones, I use these image ones for my actual laptop. So when I installed FreeBSD on my laptop, I didn't want to burn a CD or a DVD. So I used the image, and I just used the dd command, and just a dd input file equals this, output file equals my USB stick, byte size equals 1 megabyte. And then it'll build you a USB stick, you throw it in your computer, and you can boot off of it. And then you can just run it that way. So what we're going to do is, if you open up VirtualBox, it says I have 2 machines running, so I'm going to turn those off. So you can just say shut down like that. You can also log into the machine and type shut down, -P now. And that is very small, I know. I will change that to a bigger display here in a second. Okay, so open up VirtualBox and put the disk in. How do you do that? So you need to create a new virtual machine. And VirtualBox can virtualize many different operating systems. So it's really just saying, they have built some support for other operating systems into VirtualBox. And if you select it from this list here, then it'll just add a few extra capabilities. It doesn't really do anything for FreeBSD, but for like Windows and stuff, it'll add a few extra capabilities or something. But if you just want to quickly find FreeBSD, just give your, you can either go through the list here on type and select BSD, and then look for version, or if you just type FreeBSD, it'll automatically find it. But this is the name of your machine. So I'm going to call mine getting started with FreeBSD, so I remember that that's what this one was. And you'll notice when I did that, it didn't know which one it is. So I'm just going to tell it, let's just do BSD 64-bit. So we still haven't put the disk in yet, but we're creating the computer to put a disk in. So the computer just needs a name and it needs an amount of memory. So just pick amount of memory that is in the green here. And if you plan on using more than one, like a minute ago you saw I was running more than one virtual machine at the same time. If you use more than one virtual machine at the same time, you're going to want to make sure that this number stays in the green. So if I was doing 2 gigs on a virtual machine, I was running 2 at the same time, they'd be taking up 4 gigs of my operating system, and I want to make sure I still have some left over. So I'm just going to put 2 gigs, 2,000 megabytes, and click continue. And we're just going to go with the defaults. It's recommending to create a disk. Sure, let's do that. And it's recommending the type. We're just going to go with whatever it recommends. And as you step through these, the defaults on the rest of these are perfectly fine. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, let's get you up to speed here. Okay. Host F. So it should be the, at the bottom, the host key is always shown on your screen. It's usually the left command or right command. But yeah, there's shortcuts for that. Yeah, the different view modes in VirtualBox are a little, they can get you into a weird state. So we're just going to go with the defaults for the rest of this. And we have a computer, but it doesn't have a disk in it. So what I like to do is, you can just go into the settings of the virtual machine. So if you clicked on it and you hit in settings, you'll see there's a storage here, and there's a disk inside of there that says empty. So if you click on the empty disk, it'll tell you that it's the attributes of the disk are this optical drive, and then it has this little disk icon. And if you hover it, it tells you that that's how you can mount a disk. It just says, choose a virtual optical disk to use with this. So if you click on that little icon, that's where it's going to ask you to choose a disk file. So we'll choose the disk file, and we'll go find the file that we just downloaded, FreeBSD 13.1 release. And now it's inserted, and we're good to go. We can just click OK. And that's where we are. So if you're not there, I can help you get to this point. But all we've done is we've created a virtual machine, and we've put the FreeBSD installer disk into the virtual machine. And you'll see it's listed right here. And the optical drive FreeBSD is now part of this machine. So when it turns on, it's going to try and boot from the hard drive, but there's nothing on the hard drive. And then it's going to try and boot from well, we can check with the ordering, actually. If you go here to settings, you can see the order of the system boot is right here. So it's going to try to boot floppy, then optical, then hard disk. So that's just to give you an idea. So it'll try and boot the CD first. Keep that in mind, because after you install FreeBSD off the disk, it's going to restart. And when it comes back on, it's going to be starting off the disk again. So it might just go right back into the installer. So we have to do one extra step when we install FreeBSD, and that's take the disk out before we reboot. And does anybody have any questions at this point? Go ahead. Oh. Okay. So what we do now is we just start it up. And I'm going to change the view of this screen here. So right now, what you're seeing is very small. But if you don't have to do this on your machine. This is just for presenting. because like you've seen, if you start to change these settings, you might want to take note of what the hotkey is to sort of revert. So it's host C for scaled mode, but scaled mode kind of looks like this. It's just a bit better for presenting because it sort of scales what the screen looks like. So yeah, this is just a little bit of so I'm just going to restart this so you can see what it looks like now that it's all bigger. So it boots up like this. It'll count down for about 10 seconds. Give you, we don't have to change any settings right here, so we're just going to let this count down. And now it's booting up off of that disk. And once it boots up, the first, before we even go down there, let's talk real quick about networking. So here at the conference, where your computer's connected to the Wi-Fi. To give your virtual machine a proper internet connection, we're just using NAT network. So if you go to settings of your virtual machine and you go to network, you'll see that we're just using the NAT option. There's so many options in VirtualBox. You could do all kinds of different stuff. We've tried bridge adapter here at the conference, but you'll start to see it say things like someone's using my IP address and all these other things. So instead, we're just going to use NAT. That'll work for this scenario that we're trying to do. So we're attached to NAT. Just make sure yours is doing the same thing. But welcome. So it just asks you, do you want to install FreeBSD? And of course, that's the first thing. So we're going to say install. And now it's asking about keyboard. If you use the regular English keyboard on your computer, just click continue with default. Otherwise, there's a whole slew of options, and it has a test. So if you pick one of those options, make sure you do the test and make sure that it's typing what you expect. But for my computer, I'm just going to do this, continue with default. And what's the name? Let's just call it getting, with no spaces, we'll just put little dashes, getting started with FreeBSD. I mean, that's a good enough name. And to continue through these screens, you press enter or return, depending on your keyboard. We don't have to change any of these options. With the release version of FreeBSD we're using, these are perfectly acceptable. You've probably heard us talk about ports, and you can install packages and ports on FreeBSD. That's how we got Firefox or PyCharm or different programs. You don't have to install it here like this. There's a package system that we use to install programs. We don't actually have to select any options on the screen unless you are building FreeBSD or you have a reason for it. That's why they say FreeBSD is all these things together in one. You can learn so much more about how to build it from scratch. But to get started, we're not going to change any of the defaults on that screen. It's just going to say how do you want your hard drive set up? They have two options, ZFS and UFS, but ZFS is the recommended. So we're going to go with the top, just whatever's recommended. That sounds good. So we'll just do return. And to do this, it's going to walk you through what is your pool type for your disk. So ZFS can do magical things. You can tell it to have 2 different hard drives for your main operating system. You can set this thing up to be a mirror or different RAID configurations. If you had more than one hard drive, to keep it real simple, we're just going to use the main stripe. There's no redundancy. We're just picking one hard drive to install on. So you can get super fancy if you want to know how the stuff works. Michael W. Lucas, I have some books here from Michael W. Lucas, but he has one called ZFS Mastery. I would recommend that if you want to know how to do more FreeBSD on ZFS stuff. Okay, you push enter, and you'll see here, we have our hard disk selection screen, and there's these little brackets, but there's nothing in the middle. That's telling you that these are available option, but it's not selected. And to select in this environment, you use spacebar. So if you push spacebar, it'll put a little star in there. And that's how you pick the hard drive that you wanted. And now we're back here. These are things like, do you want to rename your hard drive? I mean, your pool of storage. So you can call it, BSD storage or whatever you want to call it. They just had to come up with the default, so that's the default. If you don't want to change it, you don't have to. If the cool thing, FreeBSD full disk encryption is actually pretty straightforward. If you want it on, you just push enter here and turn it on. And what that'll do is your computer first turns on, and before anything, it wants you to decrypt it. And that's very strong encryption. People can take your hard drive right out of your computer, and they wouldn't be able to do anything with it. So if you want to use, that's called jelly encryption. It's really cool. Turn that on, but we're not going to do that today either.
What is it using
To encrypt or decrypt? Oh, so yeah.
So what is the footprint it's using?
Yeah, this thing, so you just get this book, pop it open to the jelly page, and you'll see it's using AES X or something like that, jelly 596. So it's called GELI, and in here, oh no, it's fine. It's a really cool program. It just says it supports GBDE and jelly. Jelly stands for geom-based disk, GBDE is geom-based disk encryption. Jelly stands for, what's jelly? I believe it's AES X or something like that. But yeah, this book is super handy for that because it's got a good index in it and it'll walk you through. And it's actually pretty short, and it does say check out FreeBSD Mastery Storage Essentials as well, if you wanted to learn more about that kind of stuff. But
My question is it using the machine, the hardware itself as a footprint to
Oh.
encrypt it? And so when I take it to another place, obviously footprint is different.
Oh, no, it doesn't use that. ZFS itself, it completely encrypts the file system. So it's not specific to the hard drive that it's on. It's just the Z pool. Because when you learn more about ZFS, you'll see that the storage is split into pools, and the pools are the ones that connect to the disks. So they kind of separated it in a way where you're encrypting the whole disk. The disk can't be read at all except the jelly part of it.
But I'm saying the disk itself, when you're saying it's moving with you, if I'm using the other computer, why am I not able to decrypt it?
Oh, you can still decrypt it. What I meant is if someone stole your hard drive straight out of your computer. Yeah, and they tried to, okay, how do we get the data off of this thing? And it's not going to be useful to them. That's what I meant. Oh yeah, no worries. It's a really good encryption, and you're not going to be able to break it open by giving it to somebody, I don't believe. Yep, don't use your passphrase. And actually, I did bring these today just to talk about them. These are YubiKeys, and most of the time your YubiKey has to be hooked up with some server thing on the back end, right? Your YubiKey, and then you have some authentication service, and you can hook them together. This YubiKey, though, is YubiKey 5, and it has this feature called static password, and you can put 32 characters on it, and you push the button, and it acts like a keyboard. So that way you can have a password that you know and memorize, and then you push a button, and your password's 32 characters stronger. And people can't see you typing it by watching your fingers. So this is a genius, a good idea. And it's in the FreeBSD journal on one of the security journal articles. I show you how to set this up. The newer ones. Okay. Then maybe this one's just too old. This one, it doesn't even have like some of the YubiKeys don't support it. So if you have some older keys, or you have the blue keys are just like the FIDO key. A lot of services like Google will support these keys, but the static password thing, I'll just show you what it looks like. I don't have my adapter, but basically it just spits out 32 characters, and you can program it to whatever 32 characters you want. But I'd recommend that for an encryption situation, is type what you know, and then push the button for the rest, and it's perfect for, you go to conferences a lot, and there's cameras everywhere, and you never know when somebody watched you. It could be recorded that you typed your whole passphrase, and then you pushed a button, right? So somebody's like, we've got the first part, but now we need to get that key out of his pocket, right? And if you rotate your keys often enough, you won't have to worry about that. Go ahead.
I was visiting another college in the Phoenix area, and one of the IT people said, I want you to see these new cameras we installed in the computer commons. He could zoom down on your keyboard and you could see perfectly everything.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So it's catching people like that have this system, and it fools everyone, and then they go, this guy, how did he know to do that? So it's just little things like that are really, really interesting features that you can kind of bake into your security without having to add any services or anything. So, okay, so those are the only options, really. We just picked that we want to stripe one disk, and we didn't change anything else. So we're going to go ahead and go back up to install and choose return. That'll tell you one last time, we're going to erase this disk, so if there's something on it, it's about to go away. But in our situation, it's a virtual disk we just created in VirtualBox, so it's okay to erase the whole thing. And this is very quickly the installer. It'll just go through. It's all text-based. It just extracts really quickly. And it should be installed here momentarily. Okay. Okay, now it's going to ask us to, what is the root password? So before we can configure the machine, we have to set up an administrator. The administrator already has the username root. We just need to set a password. So go ahead and set a password, but keep in mind that there will be no feedback or stars appearing while you type your password. That's just to not show how many keystrokes are in your password. It's just an extra layer of security. It's not going to tell you how many passwords. It's not going to, anyone watching you are not going to be able to see how many passwords are in your, how many characters are in your password. It'll give you 2 chances. Make sure you type the same thing. So it's just going to ask you twice to make sure it's the same, and then you're on this one. Yeah? Sure. Drew, do you want to? Yeah, if you need me, I'll run over there. I just got to grab my mask. Where did I put my mask? Oh, perfect. Okay. Cool. So now it's going to ask us to select the network interface. Since we're all using VirtualBox, it should all look the same. It's using this generic Ethernet. So Intel gets EM. So you'll see EM0. It's just saying this is an Intel card. It's the first Intel card. And you will just say return. And now it's asking basic things like, do you want IPv4? OK. And are you using DHCP to get that? Yes. And now it's going to go get its DHCP. And we can say no on IPv6. We can say yes. But just to keep it simple, we'll just say no for this setup because it's going to do this. OK. So automatically, through VirtualBox and through our NAT, somehow it's detected that the Wi-Fi the host is using, I mean, the DNS the host is using is SCaLE.LAN. That's not going to work. So just so you know, so just take these settings out of here, come down here and just change this to something that will work like 8.8.8.8 or 1.1.1.1 or one of the DNS, publicly available DNS servers. Usually it will just pick up the one that's on your LAN or on your network if you're using DHCP. But in this specific scenario, at the conference, with the Wi-Fi setup and the DNS, you're going to have to erase that and change this to something publicly accessible. Okay, and to get down to OK, you'll notice the arrows only do this. You have to use tab. So tab will kind of move you around. And we want to tab out to OK. So just make sure you're on OK. You have your 8s in there. And then we'll go for it. Now it's going to say, OK, let's do some time zone stuff. So we'll just select, we're in America. And we'll scroll down here. We're in the US. And just pick your time zone. And then it's just going to say, does that time zone appear reasonable? I'll say yes. And skip this part because it already figured it out. And skip this part because it figured it out. OK. So choose the services. This one, you really don't need to change anything on here either. We're just going to leave. You can set NTPD, so we'll turn that one on. Just make sure that your time is synced and stays correct. And that's really all we need to do. So we'll just do enter on here as well. And it should ask us now, this is a newer, this wasn't here in the FreeBSD 10, I believe, that started to show up. Maybe it was 10 when it showed up, but basically these are different settings people have come up with to make FreeBSD a little bit more secure, because there are different things, these are just different flags you can do to change things. We don't have to change any of these. If this is a test machine, you don't have to change this one. But if this isn't a test machine, you probably want to enable Secure Console. What that is if you were to go to, so we'll just go here real quick. I'll just show you if you had a question about how to get FreeBSD. I think I have it on here somewhere. Basically, there's a way you can go into your machine, you can boot it up, and you can tell the machine that, oh, that's fine. You can tell the machine that you want to restart the password right here. Okay, so here it is. So take note of this YouTube video if you're curious. But basically, if you forget your password, you can boot into single user mode and you can change it. And that's just because you can only do that if you have physical access to the keyboard. And a lot of the time, the FreeBSD machine is in a rack of protected anyways, and you can't get to the actual physical keyboard. But if your physical keyboard is like your laptop or something, you're going to want to turn that off. So to do it, you just go here and turn that off. And now if you try to go into single user mode, it'll say, okay, what's the password for root? And then it'll let you in, and then you can do stuff. Single user mode is really how you get into FreeBSD, where you can start to fix things. You can kind of manually mount the partitions. It's before it started doing everything that you saw. It did all the white stuff. It poked all the hardware. It found out everything, but it didn't actually start anything else. None of the gray. It didn't do anything else. That's single user mode. It kind of gets you into FreeBSD before it does anything. So you want to put a password on that if that's the environment you're in. And then now it's going to say, do you want to add a user? And this is, yes, we want a user, and I'll call mine Roller, Roller Angel. And we're going to leave the UID like it says, leave empty. So we'll just leave that empty. And the login group, keep that how it is. And now it's going to say, well, do you want to invite to other groups? This is how we can start to go through, and this computer is going to be controlled by Roller. I'm the main person using it. So I need to say Roller can be invited into 3 different groups that are important. There's a wheel group. That's the one that allows you to do super user stuff. You can become root. You can, if you're in the wheel group, we're going to set it up so that if you are in the wheel group, you can do super user stuff. So we'll configure that. So we'll just say you're part of the wheel, you're part of operator. That's a group that allows you to do things like restart the computer. A regular user can't issue a reboot command or anything like that. but this one can. Usually you just have to log in as root if you wanted to turn the computer off or restart it or something. But if you're operator, then that's just saying this user in particular, if he's rebooting, he has a good reason for it, let him do it. And then video, since we're going to be doing the desktop stuff, video is a good one to have. The login class, we're not going to set. That has a lot more to do with locale settings and things like that. Shell. Shell is going to try and set to SH. I always set mine to TCSH. It's a great shell. I'll show you some configuration that we can do with it. Yeah. So you'll notice bash is not one of the options. You can install bash. It's just a port. You get it from the ports later, but on FreeBSD, these are the ones that come with it. And our home directory, we'll leave that alone. We'll leave the permissions alone. And password-based authentication, sure. Not, just keep pushing enter because it's going to do the defaults, and the default of not using an empty password and not using a random password. And then it'll say, okay, what password should this user have? And it'll ask you again to make sure it's the same. And at the very end, it'll say, do you want to lock out the account after creation? We'll just leave that at default to no. And it'll give you a quick overview. So just make sure yours looks like this. Your name, you're in these groups, and you pick TCSH. And if everything's OK, then you just say yes. Video. Yep, and then it says OK, say yes. It'll ask you, OK, do you want to make another user? And we'll say no. And it brings us back to here. Now, this is what I was warning you about. FreeBSD is installed, it's ready to go, and it's like, OK, I want to reboot. But if we reboot, it's going to reboot right back into the installer. So we're going to actually change a setting here, and I'll show you what to do. But so what we can do is we can exit, deploy the configuration, and then it'll ask us if there's any more changes we want to make. We'll say yes, we want to make changes, and that's where we'll shut the computer down. But before we do that, I just wanted to show you real quick. You'll see this option Handbook at the bottom. So the FreeBSD Handbook's available online. You can go to the FreeBSD website and check out the Handbook. But if you don't have an internet connection and you wanted to pull up the Handbook on your FreeBSD computer, that's what this comes in. You can install the whole Handbook locally so that you've got it available no matter where you are. It's the latest version of the Handbook in the packages system. And if you're using the default package system, it could be as old as 3 months. So just keep that in mind. It's a good backup, but if you want the latest Handbook, make sure you go to the website. And by default, you'll see there's a star already in English. So I'm just going to leave that there and push enter. And now it's doing this thing at the bottom saying it's Bootstrapping Package. So if we didn't install the Handbook, the first thing we'd have to do is this Bootstrap package. Since we told FreeBSD to install the Handbook, it's doing that bootstrapping for us. But to do the bootstrap for package, you type PKG. So if you didn't install the Handbook, the first time you go to install something, you'll type PKG that's the packaging tool. You'll say PKG install and give it a name of Firefox or whatever you want to install. And if you didn't already bootstrap package, it'll just do it right then. So it's kind of not something you really need to worry about. It's just FreeBSD's package system and how it works. So if you hit exit, it'll say, OK, we're finished. What do you want to do? And yes, we want to make one final modification before it just reboots itself. And that is to shut down the computer. And -P stands for power off. You could do -R for reboot. You could also just type reboot. But shut down, -P, and then a time. I'm saying now, but there's no reason why you couldn't say like +1. And that +1 just means FreeBSD is going to power off in 1 minute. And so you can just set a number of minutes there if you wanted to kind of set a delayed shutdown or something like that. Yeah, you could put it into cron or something and have it do that. But yeah, just so that's just an interesting feature of the shutdown. And so it should, any second now, after the full minute, it'll kick in automatically and the computer will turn off. You could also just type now, and it'll do it right now. Oh no, it'll turn the whole thing off. It should actually power it off. Yeah, there we go. It'll do this waiting thing, the syncing thing. This is usually what you see right at the very end, and then it gives you the uptime at the very bottom. So, and then it'll kick it out.
Can you set up a flash alert in your log in?
Can,
Shut down the program?
they'll get a shutdown command come up on their console, saying,
Shut down starts?
yeah, it'll tell you, yeah, you type man shutdown, so I'll show you that next, and that'll kind of give you the manual page for shutdown. This is just, I had the settings page open so it was confused, but yeah, I'll show you the manual pages next so you can kind of see what all the different things you can do. Like Drew was saying, the documentation is super good. Before we turn this computer back on, we want to take the disk out because you'll see it's still right there. The disk is still listed. So if we go into settings and we go to storage and we click disk and the same disk button we clicked before, but now there's an remove disk from virtual drive option. So we take the CD out and we push OK. And Freebsd is installed. When we start it up, that's when we start administering it and telling it how we want it to work and what we want to do with it. But that's essentially how you get it installed. So what I want to do before we take a break, we'll take a break here for a minute, get some water or something. But create a copy of this because this is a fresh installed machine. And if you click this 3 buttons here, you can go to Snapshots. And Snapshots has a current state, and then you can click this little take button. So if you take a snapshot, we could just call this fresh install. That way we know if we ever break anything, we can always just come back here and we have a freshly installed machine to work with. Another cool idea is we can even clone the machine. So if you right click, or you just click this little sheep guy here, I guess we don't have to right click, but you click the little sheep and it'll say, okay, we can make this one called Getting Started with FreeBSD Clone, and it's automatically going to recommend that the right settings. So just hit continue, 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 and that'll create an exact copy of it. So now we just have another copy of it. We can leave this copy alone over here. We can use, so this one is a copy of it freshly installed and everything. And this one is the same thing, but it has this snapshot. So down the road, as we're installing things and doing stuff, we can take another snapshot, and then if we make a mistake or something, we can roll back in time and just completely undo everything. ZFS lets you do the exact same thing. So it's cool that VirtualBox has this trick, but what if you're just using FreeBSD on a regular computer? How would you roll back and move stuff around? That's where you'd want to do some deep dive into the FreeBSD ZFS mastery, because it can do things like that. With boot environments and FreeBSD ZFS snapshots, it can do pretty much the same thing. Okay, so if you just want to take a water real quick, or just take a minute. Yeah, unfortunately, it's been extra slow for yours. And you're connected to the SCaLE fast or SCaLE slow?
The other one,
Oh, okay.
it logs.
Oh, okay. We've been having it go a little bit faster on the SCaLE one if you wanted to try it.
You think we can do it now or is it?
Oh, yeah, you could switch it now and then we could just, we'll just see what it does. You never know. It might just work. Cool. I hope everyone's had a good break. We're going to jump right back in. Okay, so what do we do now? Now we start administering the machine. So we're going to boot up the machine. So just go to this first one, not the clone, but just the regular one. And we're going to click on Start. You can double click it too to start it. And mine's just going to ask me to switch to scaled mode. If you can't see it very good, you could also switch yours to scaled mode. But as we get to, I'll show you when to change that again back to normal. But yeah, if you want to change your view to scaled mode to make it a little bigger, easier to read, go ahead. Especially on some of these Retina displays or the really high definition displays, it can make the VirtualBox screen super small. All right. So remember, we set a root password before we created a user. So that's what we're going to be using first. And you'll notice this is just due to the situation with the DNS and the way that the Wi-Fi is working here with our VirtualBox. So you'll see that it's having an issue with DNS. So first thing we can do to fix that is just log in as root. So just type root and the password that you gave it. And if you say, if you were to type cat resolve.conf, you'll see whatever it finds. And you'll see that it put it back. Since it was using DHCP when the computer turned on, it put it back to how it was in the installer, which you can manually set this up, but or you can just change it when the computer turns on. We're just going to change it. So what we do is, to edit a file, we use this program called Vim, but we haven't installed Vim yet. So FreeBSD comes with a program called VI, which is like a lightweight Vim. It's similar to Vim, but it's a text editor. So we want to use a text editor, so we type VI, and then we want to use that same file that we just did cat on. That's how you'd say that. You can tell the computer that we did cat to concatenate the contents of a file just a second ago, and it showed us what was in the file. And now we want to edit the same file. So if you want to edit, we're using VI, if you want to edit the same file that you just had in the second argument, you could do $! It's just a quick shortcut. You could also just type in the full thing. And you can use tab to help complete. Tab will search and autofill for you. But yeah, those are just little tricks. So if you were to do that, now you're into a text editor. VI, the text editor, is a little strange because you're not entered into editing mode. You're not changing text right now. You're actually just moving a cursor around. So what we want to do is just push DD, push 3, and then DD. Or however many lines there are that you want to erase. You could just push DD a few times and erase all the lines. But once it's empty, just push I and just type, what was that, name server? Yeah. Just type name, server, and then 8888. This might be kind of hard. So what I did was I deleted the lines with DD, and then to type, I had to push I. And that should say name server. But it looked like it scooted off the screen slightly, so I'll scoot that over. There we go. Yeah, so how do you save a file? You push escape. And the easiest way is to hold down shift and push ZZ. So 2 capital Z's. So you just capital Z, and you're out. There are another way. You can do :WQ. It's a little weird. So the other way to exit Vim or VI is if you were to push escape and then you did : you'll see at the bottom a colon comes up, and you can push WQ for write and then quit. So shift ZZ is way easier, just saves and quits. But if you wanted to know the actual commands, it's write, quit, and that's how VI works. Go ahead.
So a good resource, if you want to look like you actually know what you're doing with Vim,
Oh, cool.
is openvim.com.
I'll pull that up.
It's an interactive Vim tutorial.
Sweet. That's always good to know.
Yeah, Vim is not a program you can easily figure out once you get into it.
Yep. And yeah, it is a little strange. But it's there, right? The good thing about Vim is it's on most.
It's always going to be there.
Yep. You'll find it on pretty much any computer, and it's a really good way to edit the files.
Especially during your first interview.
Right? I bet. Okay, so now that that's done, you should be able to have, I mean, just a sanity check. We're just going to ping 3 packets. That's the C. So we're going to do a count of 3. We're just going to send 3 packets. And if it succeeded, then okay, cool, everything's fine. Looks like internet's working and a DNS is working. That's how I usually test that out. Okay, so now if you type pkg, it already bootstrapped, so it'll just tell you there wasn't enough arguments. If you didn't install the Freebsd handbook as part of the installer, it'll just do that same bootstrapping package thing that it did before. So we're ready to go. Now what do we want to do? We want to install some stuff. So you can type clear, like you just saw me clean up my screen a little bit. If you want to clean your screen up, you can type the word clear. Freebsd also has shortcuts. You can do Control L. And if you're typing something and you wanted to erase what you typed, you can do Control U. And if you type something really long and you didn't want to go all the way back, you want to go back to the beginning, but you didn't want to do that, to push the little over button a million times, you can do Control A, goes to the beginning, and Control E will go to the end. So those couple, Control U to erase, A to the beginning, and E to the end, and L to clear the screen up. Those are kind of handy to have memorized. So we're going to package install. And when you install something with package, it asks you a question. If you don't, usually the answer is yes, right? You just ask it to install the package. You want it to install it, but it's going to ask you anyways. It'll tell you the package is there, here's how big it is, we're about to install it, is that okay? If you don't want to stop to say yes, you can just put a -y, and it'll automatically say yes. So we want Xorg, because we're going to be running a display later, and that's the X11 desktop environment. That kind of was what runs it. And then you need a display manager, so we're going to use XFCE. We're going to use since we're on VirtualBox, there's a plugin, or there's a port for VirtualBox for FreeBSD that kind of make when you click into the keyboard and mouse capturing kind of happens automatically, and you don't have to have it capture your keyboard and then use the hotkey to kind of escape from your machine. So there's a few extra benefits, so we'll just install that one. It's called VirtualBox OSE-Editions. So yeah, VirtualBox-OSE-Editions. Let me make that fit the whole screen. I don't know how it got off the screen there.
Is there one for VMware?
I don't know. Let's do a search. So you would just type package search VMware and see what comes up.
Can you read that again? VirtualBox-OS?
Yes, VirtualBox-OSE-Editions. And I'm trying to get that to fit, and then it got mad at me. Yeah, I think my whole computer is locked up. All right, let's try that now. Okay. So your computer might get mad at you, like mine just did. Okay, I'm back. I was moving the screen around too much and it got mad at me. But I was just trying to make this fit the screen. So we're a little bit short on the left, and we're a little bit short on the right. Cool. Now you should be able to see everything I'm typing.
What was that file from the network again?
Oh, yeah. It's called resolve.conf, but it's not the whole word. So if you just do /etc/res tab, it should find it. Yeah, it's spelled resolv.conf. I'll pull it up again. Oops. Okay, resolve.conf was the file, like that. And as you can see, mine just changed again. So I'm going to go ahead and that's only due to this network situation we're in here at the conference. So you wouldn't have to do this all the time, regularly.
You turn on or section give the right.
And you can set this up manually. It's just, if you look here, we did, so our rc.conf has, we're telling our Ethernet, which is EM0, to get its IP address through DHCP. And the DHCP is trying to do the DNS automatically. If you wanted that all manual, you can just check out the Freebsd Handbook, which we're going to do. I'll show you where the Handbook guide is, and then you can learn how to set up manual network settings, which is a little more involved. But it's not too bad. Okay, so we did package install -y, and we were doing xorg, we need sudo, we need xfce, and we need VirtualBox OSE editions, Firefox, and we're going to install Vim, but we're going to install Vim-X11. So a topic we're going to get into a little bit later is why you would build a port in the first place. Ports have all kinds of options in them. So Vim itself has an option. Do you want Vim? Do you need Vim with like the desktop? Vim has a GUI app as well. So if you don't need the GUI, then you just install Vim. But if you need the GUI, you do Vim-X11. That's just the package, FreeBSD package maintainers trying to be helpful. They know there's 2 or 3 different set options that people will usually either pick this one or that one. If you want to custom build it yourself, you can just custom build Vim however you want. If you want it pre-built for you, then you just need to look at what's available and pick the one that has the right options that you want. For us, reason why we want X11 on Vim is because I'm going to show you a cool copy. You can copy and paste from Vim, but if you don't have the X11, then the copy paste doesn't work because it doesn't understand the X clipboard and things like that. But we'll get there. So this is just real quickly saying I want to install these handful of packages. And when you hit enter, it starts. And it'll go and install them all. And I believe I'm on SCaLE public fast, and it seems to be working great. Which is good. I'm really happy to see this part working really good, because we've had issues in the past with the Wi-Fi.
I think he's having issues because of VPN. So
Yep.
Bootstrap package. Is there a workaround?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. The specific environment, running a virtual guest machine on a network that you don't control and all this stuff, it can be a little strange. So I would, I mean, do you have to have, can you turn the VPN off and just use SCaLE public fast, and then that should work. And then NAT. SCaLE public fast. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. It could just be having issues getting through the VPN or something. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It must be changing the route and dropping the packets. Yep. And that's also why I brought the big regular computer, just to show you that a lot of the complication goes away when you install it on a regular computer. Because then you're not like virtualizing a network and trying to make something outside your control work. Yes. Yeah, I didn't do Sakura or Lumina on this one. You can, if you are following the guide exactly, you'll see there's Lumina, there's KDE 5. So you can install a whole bunch of display managers, and change them and get them to, you can just pick which one you want to use. So Sakura is like a terminal. Okay, so if you get some unknown error, totally fine. It just must be a conference Wi-Fi type of thing. But basically, it got to 178 or 179, had an issue with number 179 of 371. If you run it again, it's not going to start over. It'll just, so you push up to run a command again. And now you see it's starting 1 of 192. So it'll just pick right back up. If there's an issue, it'll tell you it's, you know, it wasn't able to get the file the first time it tried. So you just push up, it'll bring back the command that you typed, and you push enter. Go ahead.
Did you change anything with the resolve.com file besides the DNS IP?
I erased everything and I just put name server space 8.8.8.8.
Okay.
Yeah, if there was anything else in there, it would probably throw it off. So because I believe it had SCaLE.lan or something, and I think that's where it was getting confused. No problem. Okay, so that's going to be doing some installing. While it's doing the installing, I'm going to pop open another machine here to give you an idea of what you can do with the manual pages and how they work. And then also, okay, let's see. Okay, so with manual pages, you can type the word man, and then followed by the name of the command. So let's just type shutdown. So if you said man shutdown, you'll get the manual for the shutdown. And you'll start to see the different options we were talking about. You can do -R, you can do -P. There's a bunch of other things. There's a warning message like they were talking about you can send to people. And it just tells you all about it. You can search through this file by typing a /. Spacebar should jump you around. So if you type / support and push enter, you'll see all the times that support pops up. You push N to go to the next, and P to go to the previous one. And all those commands of working in a manual page come from a command like this. So less is called a pager, and it's to let you view one page of output at a time. And another program is called more, does the same thing. They just like to mess with each other, so they call less, and one called it more. But literally, it's the same program as more, but it just, all the moving around commands and stuff for pagers applies to man pages. So spacebar moves you around, up and down arrow keys still work, and at the bottom of most man pages you should see an examples section, which is really, maybe we'll just go to like a simpler one like this one. You should have an examples section near the bottom that shows you a whole bunch of different things you can do with it. We could even type a / examples. No, it doesn't have that. Okay, maybe this one doesn't have examples, but that's kind of how you would get through the manual pages and figure out what they do. You know, here's the package manager and all the different things you can do in here. So that's always good to know. Let's go and check our machine and see what it's up to. Okay, so after it downloaded everything, now it's going through in all 300 and some odd packages, and it's doing the install extract bit. This is going to be really fast, so this actually should be done here in a minute. Once this is done, we have all the packages installed on FreeBSD, and now we're ready to configure them. And it should just zoom right through the rest of these really fast, actually. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is going to be done any second now. Cool. Okay. Awesome. Then you'll see some of the suggestions. Packages can come with the description, and the description is where the developers can put some notes for you. And if you, most computers nowadays, you don't get to see the pause break button. So how do you scroll back up if you don't have pause break? On VirtualBox, you can find it by going to Input, Keyboard, Soft Keyboard. It should pull up a little keyboard that controls the computer, and you can push the pause break button on it. And then you can start pushing page up, page up, page up. And you can use this little keyboard to give you the buttons if you're missing them. But yeah, you'll notice the packages all have these little messages. It'll tell you where the message, what package the message came from, and a little bit about it. So if you missed this or you wanted to see it again after the fact, and you weren't able to pause and go up, you can just type package info -D and the name. And that will tell you just the description from that package, Firefox. So that's an easy way to get this listing back, right? So the VirtualBox OSC editions had some stuff to say. That's what it had to say. We already put the user in the wheel group, so we don't have to worry about that. So we've done. Oh yes, we forgot to do this part. So see right here where it's mentioning use the VBox SVGA. That's very important. So what we want to do is we're going to go and configure that here in a second. So most of FreeBSD is configured here. So let's go look at rc.conf. When we did the installer, a lot of the options that we gave the installer ended up right here in this file. It asked us what's the name of our computer, and it just put it right here. So if you want to change the name of your computer, you just come into this rc.conf file, and that's where you would change it. We also told it we wanted NTPD and we wanted SSH, so there they are. This file is literally how you control everything. And usually you'd go in and you'd edit the file and make changes to it. There's a command called sysrc. If you look at the man page for it, it retrieves variables from rc.conf and it can add them. All that means is, since it's such a common thing to edit that file, we might as well make a tool to work with the file. So if you want to add a line to the file, this file, that says for VBox guest enable is yes, we would just say sysrc VBox guest enable equals yes. And now if we cat, you'll notice at the bottom, we didn't even have to put the quotes or anything. It added the quotes for us, but it essentially put that VBox guest enable yes for us. We want to do another one here. This will be sysrc VBox service enable. So we can just go up a few commands and just delete guest and type service. So we should now when we look at rc.conf, at the bottom we should have VBox guest enable and VBox service enable. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and we're going to shut down the computer because we need to change that setting that VirtualBox recommended. So we'll just type shutdown -p now. That should turn it off, and we can go and make that quick adjustment. all that it is there's a video drivers that come with VirtualBox. There's a legacy one that works much better with FreeBSD than the more current one. So we'll just switch to that one. So I'm going to go to my VirtualBox here, and you can ignore this machine. And that was the one I was just showing you man page commands on before, well, it was installing on the other one. So I'm just going to go ahead and get that one out of here. Okay. What do? So we go to our machine and we go to settings. And if you look over here in display, it's going to have this graphics controller. And we just want to set it to VBox SVGA. And then say OK. That's it. Then we start it back up. And that'll get us ready for the next part, which we want to actually do some desktop. And the desktop's going to use the graphics controller, and that graphics controller actually works really good. And you'll notice this countdown now. This is just the main FreeBSD boot screen starting.
I'm still fetching, so I'm still trying to download all that stuff.
OK. Sure.
You want fast or slow? Because I always switch from slow to fast.
I downloaded it slow. I was getting like 20 megabits.
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
That is, yeah.
I'm on fast.
Oh, yeah, I'm still slow.
No, I can probably ping
OK, yeah, we definitely want everybody to have the packages downloaded. So we can,
So if you get an error trying to do the package saying you can't install FreeBSD,
yeah, just push up again and enter. And it should try again. And it should pick up right back where it left off. If it's saying it can't install something, double check the spelling. It could just be one letter off. No problem. That's typically most of the problems you're going to find. Hello? Oh, VirtualBox OSE editions. And if you can't find something, you can always just type, I'll show you that real quick. So you can type package in search. It's going to give me, since I just restarted my computer again, let me edit that resolve.conf. In this class, yes. In a regular situation, of course not. But you know, the demo gods, right? They always try and throw you that curveball at the last second. So this isn't a typical. Usually the DNS settings work. For whatever reason, they don't work in this environment. So we just have to override it. Or we can set manually set the IP address.
Every time the computer starts, they're changing. They're going back, they're rebooting.
Yeah, because the DHCP. Yeah, DHCP is just saying, yeah, ask the network what the settings are. If you wanted to give it the settings directly, you just have to program it like that. DHCP is going to write etcresolve.conf by itself. If you don't enable DHCP, you'd have to tell it what IP address you want, what subNAS you want. So you can do it, but I just didn't have that as part of the presentation. That would be a little more involved. It's not too bad, but it's just another thing to do. Yeah, so if you did package search and then you typed VirtualBox, it should give you all the stuff. So we've got VirtualBox OSE editions. That's the one that we use, but you'll see there's a whole bunch of them, different settings and whatnot. And you don't have to type the version number at the end. It'll just grab it'll just grab it. When you type VirtualBox OSE editions, you don't have to type the -6136 or anything. But yeah, so if most of you are still at this package install command, then we can go ahead and wait a sec for yours to catch up. But after the packages are installed, then we can start to, it should be package info. It gives you the list of those 300 and some odd packages, so you can see that they're all there. If you're ever looking at something and you don't want to do the pause break trick, you can do the pipe and then type less. And that'll take the output and put it into a pager so you can look at it one page at a time and kind of see what it said. So these are all the packages I have right now. And those are all, the reason why I have so many is because some of them are automatically installed as dependencies of some of the other packages. If you do remove packages, which you can do with package remove, so if I did package remove Firefox, it'll say, you know, is that okay? I'll say yes. There could, if Firefox had any dependencies that were with it, you'd need to remove those as well. So to do that, you could just type package auto remove, and that'll look and see if there was anything that was installed just because something else was installed. And if that dependency is no longer there, it'll get rid of all of its, apparently there was 24 packages that were dependencies of Firefox. But since I just removed Firefox, I don't need any of those anymore. So I can remove them.
Do you have a dependency conflict where two apps are requiring the same dependencies? Will it remove it and break that dependency?
Yeah, I have a Python web app that runs Postgres, and it needs the Python driver for Postgres as one of the commands. So I have it go. It installs Postgres. I think I was on 13 or something, and then Python goes to install its Postgres driver, which is using 12 something. So then it had a conflict, and it just goes and removes the other one. So you have to sort of go, oh, either I need to use the same version my Python one is using, and then it'll be fine. But yeah, you might notice little things like that. But yeah, there's a solution for everything, right? Just put it into another machine or jail it, or jails are usually the solution for a lot of things. A lot of people, when they hear FreeBSD jail, they're thinking a lot more along the lines of like a lightweight virtual machine. The way Michael Lucas explains it is, you know, you can have a server, like a web server or something running, and if it goes crazy, how do you get into that machine and turn it off or reboot it or have it kill it so it stops being crazy? I mean, in the past, you'd go in and you'd be kill -9 and typing all these things. You can wrap the whole thing in a jail, and then you can just turn the jail off. And you can make it so the jail can only use 95% of the resources. So even if the thing's going completely mad, you still have enough resources to log into the machine and kill it. So that's kind of what he was explaining, was you don't have to use all the features of jails. You can just use it to kind of separate programs in their own little boxes. And if they misbehave, you can restart them. It is, but it was invented in the 90s, and it uses a lot of little tricks. There's a whole bunch of tricks, and you don't have to implement them all either. You can do lightweight. You can only check out Michael's book on FreeBSD jails, because you can do some really insane stuff with jails. But yeah, just to get around any of the weirdnesses you run into, there's always a solution with FreeBSD.
I met a sorry, I think I'm just not being able to ping the package update and grab it.
Oh, okay.
That I can do because
Yeah, let's check it out. Let's see. Yeah, no problem. Unable to update. Okay.
I'm seeing this and I'm trying to ping the one failing to find a host.
Okay. Yeah, so let's see. Let's see what that says. Oh, okay, that's a problem.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the formatting's slightly off.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it's usually always a formatting thing. Basically, this doesn't have a colon, and there's a space. That's probably the only problem. Yeah. Crazy, isn't that weird? Yeah, you gotta love the text-based stuff, because if it's not working, just change a piece of text and it works, and you're like, yeah, and then the cool thing is you check all this stuff into configuration management software, and your whole system is now text and is tracked, and as you make changes, it's super easy to back it up, configure it, push it around, so awesome. Let me put Firefox back.
So you had entered this command, it was pw-build-mjerry, I thought you had.
Oh, no, I didn't have to type that. That was part of the, when we were looking at the package info, and then we were saying, like that. It was telling you on here to do that. That's just a way, if you want to see, so you can use the similar command. So you can say pw group show. That'll show you everybody who's in wheel. Right? Group show, the name of the group. You could use the word user show and put the name of the user. So, yeah, and then group mod, you can add a member, things like that. So, yeah, that was just giving you a heads up that if your user wasn't already in those groups, you should probably add them.
So after we did this command,
Yes. The only reason we shut down is because the recommendation was that we change this driver here from VBox to this one. So it's grayed out while the machine's running, so we had to turn it off. But after the sysrc commands, you should look like this. You should just have those 2 lines at the bottom that were added, and that's where we left off. The other one that's listed on the guide here is sysrc mouse D enable equals yes. That can help. Usually the mouse will just work just fine, but that'll add extra support for older drivers for mice, and that you might need that. So. No. Yeah. So you might type the wrong thing, and then it would just go and put it in there like that. So it's really just an easy way of like echo the contents into the file, but you don't have to type all the weird echo. You know, the echo. Yeah, because then you'd have to get into doing like, okay, I want to do these quotes, but that means I have to put these in those quotes, right? And then you'd get into that whole thing where it would just look really funny. So sysrc just makes it nice, because you work with that file a lot. And if you mess that file up, you're going to mess up the computer. Like if you didn't edit it. Yep. It usually needs to be capital. I mean, that's just convention. I would recommend you put it a capital, but you might be able to get away with lowercase. It might still work. I don't think I've ever done it like that. Okay, so. Oh yeah. VBox. Let's see. I think we did SVGA. Yeah. Yeah, and so if you've got that set up, just double check that that this went back to normal. And then when you're all caught up to that point, we can step to the next bits. Oops. Yeah, I mean, the next pieces is really setting up the settings for the wheel group so people can log in and as the root, and then a little bit of configuration, and then we've got a desktop. So we can I can catch you back up here in a second. I'll just move on, and we'll catch up anybody who's not caught up, because there's only a few extra commands. So we're going to type vi sudo, and that'll bring you to the sudo configuration file at user local etc sudoers. We don't have to know where it is, because vi sudo is a shortcut command that opens that specific file for editing. So we're just going to type /wheel, enter. That'll bring us to the line that talks about what people are allowed to do. So if you want to allow members of the group wheel to execute any command, you can uncomment this line here.
I get commandments down for VIC.
Oh, for which one?
VI sudo.
Oh, because sudo didn't get installed. Try typing, type sudo all by itself and see what it says. There's no sudo? Yeah, so you just need to do package install sudo. Yeah, package install sudo. Or yeah, pkg-install. Yeah, sudo should be instant almost, because it's so teeny. And you can uncomment in, you can uncomment by typing. So in my guide here, I have, it's telling you exactly what to type, you know, /wheel, enter, and then J0XX and 2 capital Z's. What that is actually doing is when you typed wheel, it brought you directly here to wheel. J goes down, 0 goes to beginning, X deletes, and 2 Z's will save. So that's just how I went to that line and edited it. There is another one right below it that you notice. Same thing without a password. So you can do either one. You can have when you type sudo, it asks you for the password, or since that user is already logged in, you can just let them become sudo whenever they ask without having them require a password. So it's up to you, the experience you want. If you want to do this one, then you just uncomment that with 2 X's to delete those first couple of characters, and then 2 capital Z's to save. Or you can do :WQ, that'll save as well. But once sudo's edited, then we need dbus. So we'll just do sysrc dbus enable. This is for our desktop. We need to use dbus to create an ID. So every time you run this dbus uuid gen command, it creates a random user, what they call, unique user ID. This is just used to differentiate one computer from another one. If you were to take that random ID, you could save it into a file, call it machine etc /etc/machine-id. Some programs will look for this file. I've only ever seen it when I do X11 forwarding. So if I have all my packages installed on a different FreeBSD server, but I want to run it on this computer, I can SSH into that computer with SSH forwarding, run the command, and it'll show up on a different computer. The graphical display will show up on a different computer than the actual package is installed on. In that scenario, you'll get an error if you don't have this etc machine ID file. And it won't make any sense. So just put it there right now, and then you'll never have to worry about it. So that's why I always try to show people, getting started with FreeBSD, here's a few things to set up so you don't ever run into them or have to worry about them down the road. Now we're ready for the, we should be ready to go. So we can either reboot, but we don't have to. We can type service, dbus, start. That'll start dbus, and then we can get out of here. So we're going to do log out works. Also Control-D will log you out. But what we want to do is we want to not be root anymore. All the stuff we needed for root, we set up. We told it that the wheel users can now be admin. So now we want to be a regular user. We don't need root anymore. So we log out of root and we just log in as that username that we set up earlier. And once, so once you're logged in, now you'll notice it'll say your username at the computer. And we just want to edit one quick file. It doesn't exist yet, so you have to type it, but it's vim, and then you type .x init rc. So it just means when you start x, when x initializes, rc is usually like the resource configuration file. So it's usually like the startup file. So this is the startup file for when you start your desktop. And to start your desktop, we just need to give it one command. So we say execute start xfce4. What that'll do is, so we'll cat x init rc. You'll see it says exec start xfce4. That means we should be able to type. Before we type this, let me get out of this mode that I'm in. So I'm going to exit scaled mode. So it's going to be a little bit smaller now, but this is the normal mode. When you type start x, all one word, just start x, it'll use the driver, it'll use the display manager you set up, and it'll bring you into a desktop environment. So this is where we want to get people to, is how do you get to a desktop environment? And I should probably get my computer some power here. And now you'll see this one will auto resize. Since we did the VirtualBox stuff, it should pick up the size when you change the screen now. And now we have a regular computer. And we can open up things like Firefox. And the cool thing is, now that we're in Firefox, we can find, so let's, so this is kind of where I want people to get to. We'll get you up to this point, and then we'll continue on. I'll just pull up the address here of the FreeBSD handbook, the local one. So to open a local file, you got to use the file protocol. And then you do user local share doc FreeBSD. And double check that that file exists. So how do we do that? We can go to the terminal here. And we're just looking inside here. So we're just going to maybe we'll just do cat. So we'll say cat, and we'll say, is there a file in user? Local, share, and I'm just pushing tab to autocomplete. Doc, tab, FreeBSD, tab, and then book. And then we have handbook. And then they call it Handbook EN PDF. Oh, interesting. Looks like they changed it to a PDF. Interesting. Okay, so we'll just change that to, what do they call it? Handbook.pdf? Yeah, it's called Handbook EN. We'll just copy this whole thing. Okay, so to copy, you can just select in here, and then you should be able to use the edit menu to copy. Cool. Take all that off. Okay, so this is a local copy of the FreeBSD handbook, and you can get to it from anywhere, and that should help you with things like, now we should be able to come in here and search the FreeBSD handbook for, yeah, cool. And then you'll notice if config, you'll see ideas on how to set up interface cards. Yeah, so cool. Looks like everything's working. Okay, so here's the address to the handbook. And that is very small, so I will put that up on a terminal and make it much bigger so you can actually see it. Okay, so I'll make that really big. Oh, come on. Oh, the command to start what? Oh, start X. All one word. And this is, once you get X started, you can open up your web browser and you should be able to see something like this. If you type that into your web browser, you should be able to access your handbook. But that's just one way of accessing the handbook. Obviously, if you have the internet, it's a good idea to use the latest version of the handbook. But like I said, you might be on a plane, or you might be troubleshooting your internet. It'd be nice to have the handbook if you didn't have internet. So that's what I typed to get the handbook up. So yeah, to catch up, what we did. I'm just looking here at this guide here, so I'll just pull it up. I'll scroll down slightly. The scrolling can be a little different inside of VirtualBox as well, just to give you a heads up. And we're currently right now at the down here, and we just did these last couple commands. So we were working on the package install, and then we did the sysrc commands, and then the vi sudo. We told dbus to enable, and we edited that exinit.rc file with that start xfce4. Oops. Yeah, like I said, sometimes the scrolling on here can throw you off a little bit. Okay. And then if you'll also notice on the guide, there are other desktop environments you can install. So XFCE is the one that looks like this with the little mouse at the bottom. This little mouse guy. And there's GNOME, there's KDE, there's a few others, Lumina. So you can just kind of get the hang of which one you like, and start to play around with them. You can change all the appearance settings and everything. So cool. And is everybody up to this point? Did you get your graphical display started? Okay. Oh, still downloading? Yeah, the downloads. Yeah, I'm just on SCaLE public fast, but I don't know. Cool. So yeah, I guess while we're waiting, I can pull up another one. So we can, just to show you, we can also do, let me get out of here. Oh, whoops, not that one. So I'm going to log out and try a different one. Yeah, just while we're waiting, I'll just install another. So I'll do sudo-i to become root, and I'm going to package install KDE5, which is a big one. But we'll do it anyways, whatever. Yeah, you'll see KDE5 itself, just KDE is 567 packages. Yeah, it's because it comes with everything, right? KDE was always designed to be this desktop of all things, and it has quite a few features in there. Let me double check. Believe I've used it before. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I use syscontrol for things when I'm looking around. I mean, like when I turn on I use this laptop for recording my screen and things like that. So I usually have to figure out like what's the default audio interfaces they're using, and I use syscontrol for that. Okay. Probably just which graphics display driver did you pick? We'll probably just pick a different one. So just shut it down, and then we'll try one of the other. Also, dbus might not be enabled, but if you go into the machine settings, yeah. So just yeah, and then go to display, and then which one does it show? Yeah, that one. Change that one. So you have to actually turn the computer off, and you could just power off, and to the third one. Cool. Yeah, and then OK, and then it's saying it's invalid because they don't like that one. VirtualBox itself is like, why in the world would you use the old graphics controller? I'm like, oh, because we want to. And they're like, but it's not the new one. Yes. You can't change the display controller in VirtualBox with the computers on, or the virtual machines running. But yeah, after you change that, you should be able to boot up and log in, type *X, and it should come alive. And that's the exciting part, because now you get to see, a lot of Linux distributions, even there's people who've made FreeBSD products to do a similar thing, but they'll set up all this stuff for you, and so you're not quite sure how they did it, where they made the setting changes, or any of that. It just comes as part of the operating system. But cool thing, like Drew was saying, some of the people, after you get used to FreeBSD, you start to realize where all the settings are, because you had to change them to get it to work, and then you have the sanity check you can do of like, well, I didn't change that file, so it should still work the same. Or the last thing I did change was in that file. Maybe there's a typo or something, right? So it kind of gives you that peace of mind that the machine's not going to have some weird database setting that didn't work right, and now your whole computer registry doesn't work, or like the typical operating system issues where the computer itself uses all these weird background things to keep track of how it runs. FreeBSD just uses text files. So if there's a problem with it, it's a text file somewhere, you can just go edit. And that's why we use VI and Vim and these things, because you're working a lot on the command line with text files. And cool, looks like your *X is working. Yeah, no problem. Very cool. Oh, it didn't start? Oh, I thought I saw it start. Oh, okay. Try the mouse D then. Did you do the mouse D enable thing? You can also change the mouse here to input. Oh, and it doesn't have an option. What did I change mine to? There are different settings for the mouse. If you shut the computer down, you could try a different mouse setting. They have like, let me pull one up. Where's the mouse? Right here. So it's system pointing device. You could try USB tablet if your PS2 mouse isn't working. Cool. The next thing we can talk about, for those of you who are ready for something, I'll still come back to this, and I'm waiting for the download as well to try a different graphical environment, display environment. But I do have more than one machine here, so I can boot up another one to kind of show you a few things. So if I boot this guy up, you'll see here that there was only 2 seconds and it started. That's a setting. You can change the auto boot delay to however long you want. I like it at 2 seconds. 10 seconds is kind of long. 30 seconds is crazy long. Sometimes you'll see virtual machine companies like DigitalOcean or something like that. DigitalOcean doesn't do FreeBSD anymore. They used to till a month ago. You can still get it there. You would just have to take this image from VirtualBox and upload it. Now they don't have a way of doing it manually anymore or automatically, but they set their boot time to 30 seconds. So if you see some, you can always just change those things if it's taking too long. Okay, so I'm going to log into a different machine here real fast. And yeah, because this one still has 200 packages, and I wanted to show you something else. Okay, cool. So if you want to update your machine, there's a command called FreeBSD update. And if you look at the man page, it's used to move things around from release to release. And you'll notice here it says, but not from stable to or current. So the FreeBSD update tool is specifically for the release version of FreeBSD. And the way we usually use it is if you actually look at it, FreeBSD update is really just a script. So if you look at the script, you're going to see this, that you have this whole let me go to user, local bin, FreeBSD update. Yeah, so we should just be able to type which FreeBSD update. There it is. It's an user sbin FreeBSD update. So if we were to cat user sbin FreeBSD update, you see it's the shell script. And if we were to look inside the shell script, there's a pager. So the pager here gets set depending upon what you're doing. Basically what it'll do is if there's a bunch of files that it updated, it'll tell you about it and it'll walk you through it. You have to push down spacebar. You have to walk through the pager. If you don't want to deal with that, you just want to push the update and have it you change the value of the environment variable. So you can just say env pager, which is the environment variable they're using in the script, and you just say we're going to set that to cat instead of less. So now if it has something to show me, it's just going to put it on the screen. It's not going to make me interact with it because there's typically nothing I do to interact with it anyways. It just stops me. It makes me read it and hit spacebar or whatever. So if you do the cat, you don't get that. Then you can just type FreeBSD update fetch. And then you can run this again and you can type FreeBSD update install. You can type them both one after another. It'll do that as well. So it'll fetch the updates, it'll install the updates. And if you notice, I'm on 13.0 on this computer. Because this is just one that I already had. I'm just going to switch back over and see how this guy's doing. Okay, yeah, so this is FreeBSD 13.1 that we installed today. And this was installed a little while ago. And you'll notice they don't have any updates, but they do have a message saying, FreeBSD 13.0's approach its end of life date, we recommend that you upgrade. So upgrading is also not too difficult. We can show you that in a second. But to update that just updates the operating system. How do you update the packages? Packages are updated with package update. And if there's any upgrades, then you would need to type package upgrade. So package update will get any updates, and if any of your currently installed programs have version upgrades, you'll also need to type package upgrade. And then I always put -y on the upgrade because it's going to ask you a question. So you'll see it's upgrading package itself to the latest package. And then there was 158 files that need to be upgraded on this machine. So that's how you bring a machine up to date, but not necessarily that's not how you go from 13.0 to 13.1. That's just how you update the current release that you're on and the current packages. The Freebsd Handbook has a good documentation on the upgrade process. You can find the handbook online by going to freebsd.org and documentation, handbook. And then in here, if you were to type upgrade, you'll see there's upgrading FreeBSD, and they will walk you through it. And really, all we really would need to do is FreeBSD update upgrade -r, this one. So FreeBSD update -r, the name of what you want to update to, and then upgrade. So we're just waiting for that to finish doing the install of some applications. But if you wanted to see the upgrade, I could show you. So it's FreeBSD update -r, and I want to go to 13.1 release. So what it'll do is it'll find the differences between the one I'm on and which one I want to go to. So that's what's doing now. It just inspects the machine. And then, does that look reasonable, right? When we first installed, we didn't pick any of those options, so it's just reminding us that we didn't install debug or the 32 debug pack. Those were some of the options when we were installing, which is fine. We didn't. It's just verifying. This is what it seems to have found. Does that make sense? So yes. That will. So everything that it does right now, it's not actually going to change the system. It's going to prepare the system for changes, and if you don't go through with it, then it won't change anything. But if you want to go through with it, then you actually have to follow it up by typing a few more commands. Which shouldn't take too long. And then we'll go back and see how KDE is doing. We're getting there. 400 out of 560. But yeah, this part of the inspection just takes a little bit longer. But yeah, it looks like it finished that piece. Shouldn't be too much more. But yeah, I've upgraded FreeBSD multiple times, and it just is really stable. It just keeps going to the next version and working just fine. Some things might change though between versions, slightly. So you'll just have to keep an eye out. Nothing's coming to mind of like what exactly would change. Just every once in a while, you might see something done slightly differently. But they should either give you a warning about it, or you can read about it in the changelog online. So there should be a changelog when you go to the actual page for FreeBSD. And they should have all these different notes and things that you might want to pay attention to. So, they'll give you all these heads ups if something was to change when you upgrade or anything like that. But typically, things don't change enough for you to notice. It doesn't usually throw off anything, so you should be fine. But cool. So yeah, we'll just let this keep doing its upgrade in the background, so I can kind of show you what a FreeBSD upgrade looks like. But it looks like our KDE is just about done, which is good. Yeah, I don't recommend doing KDE for this workshop just because of how many packages it is. It is one of the biggest display managers. But once you see KDE, then you'll realize, oh, okay. They try to make this whole environment of KDE stuff for you to work with. So it's just got all kinds of tools. And remember, after the fetching comes the install extract. So even though it is about to hit 500 and something, it still has to install all those packages. And there it goes. Okay. Cool. And this one shouldn't take too long. Most of these packages are pretty small. Okay. This is what FreeBSD looks like when it's upgrading. It'll tell you how many packages it has, how many patches it has to do. So 5,191 patches. And this is just downloading them. The longest part about the upgrade is applying the patches. So after it downloads all those, then it'll start applying them, and that'll take a minute. But yeah, hopefully you saw in this using Xorg and XFCE how you can quickly go from server to desktop, right? They're really not so different. One of them just has a lot of extra support packages around it, so you can have a display, a graphical display. But you don't have to have a special version of FreeBSD. There's not like a FreeBSD server and a FreeBSD desktop version or anything like that. It's FreeBSD, and if you want a desktop, you install an environment through the package and port system.
Can I ask a couple of stupid questions?
Go right ahead.
So I missed the early part of this, yet I'm interested. So you guys installed this fully virtual box, right?
Yeah, because we, and at the beginning I did bring this guy to show this is a FreeBSD laptop. We don't have to do the VirtualBox thing, but the workshop environment kind of, basically, that's the only reason. But you can do all this same stuff on a real computer, and you'll be right. You'll be a lot happier because you're not messing with VirtualBox.
I used to have BSD like around 20 years ago. At that time, it still mandated this like weird BSD partition.
Oh, okay.
Using like MBR.
Right.
So which way did you guys go?
We don't have to do that anymore. You can if you want to, but
Like
that,
the installer takes care of that.
yeah, the installer handles it all, and
Under like
UFS is using, okay, so you want to know through MBR, G, what? Yeah, we're using the newer one, the G. Yeah, because we need to be able to change disk labels and all those things. And so you can do all that. You can even use MBR if you really want to. But the installer defaults to the current one, not the old-fashioned one.
Improves the capabilities
Yeah,
with other components.
yeah. Especially with the UEFI boot,
Yeah.
that helps a lot.
And does BSD support the secure boot version nowadays?
So if your computer has secure boot, like this does, this ThinkPad, when I install, I had to go into the BIOS and turn off secure boot. Otherwise, it wouldn't boot. That's like a Windows thing, I believe. And they might have incorporated it for Linux or something. But what you'll find with FreeBSD is there's probably a lot of people using the desktop like I am, but there's probably not as many of operating distributions that you would see that you just do all the stuff for you. So it's a little more hands-on. There are some projects though, if you look at Drew's Getting Started documentation, on the FreeBSD website, they should point you in the right direction, but I believe there's Ghost BSD and there's Nomad BSD, and there's a few people trying to move that forward. So,
Which variant does it use of the FreeBSD today?
yeah. And we just installed XFCE to show them what it looks like, but now we can do, we just installed, okay, so I'm going to put a little mark at the beginning to comment that out. We just installed KDE, so if we want to run KDE, we can say execute start plasma x11. And now, when we type start x, we should be getting KDE instead. Which is its whole own fun environment that has all kinds of stuff going on. So that's what KDE is going to look like, a little more, and it looks so funny right now because I left it in scaled mode. So make sure if you're using the display, if you're not using the console and you're actually using a desktop, to get out of scaled mode. Just be in the regular mode. Because now that we have the drivers installed, it resizes the screen automatically, depending on how big your window is. So, and this one comes with its own console. It looks like this. So you'll start to see that, there's all kinds of different programs you can use to interact with the terminal. This one's called console. There's XFCE had its own XFCE terminal, and there's a few others. But yeah, I mean, as you can see, there's just all kinds of settings and stuff in here. So you can go ahead and feel free to play around with that. Pretty cool. So I'm going to go ahead and exit out of this. Yeah.
Also, like, if you install, let's say, KDE, does it compile it out of the source codes, or are the binary packages supported nowadays? That it comes as binary packages from the repository internet?
Yeah, that's what we just did. We just installed KDE from the repository, the package, binary package. But the packages they all come from source. So if you wanted to change them from source, you can go in and we have a program that makes that way easier in FreeBSD called Poudriere. And that's here. I'll pull that up. So I'm going to get out of this one. It's kind of, let's just get out of here. Okay, so we're going to leave this guy. And we'll come in through, there should be a shutdown, a logout button in here. I think it's right here. Yeah, logout. Cool. Okay, so Pooja, that's a really cool system that you can customize packages. So if you wanted to customize KDE and build it from source, you can use Pooja to build your own packages, customize them, build them, and then you can install from your own local package repository. And it doesn't have to be a server running somewhere. Your local package repository could be a file, a directory of files. So Pooja will create the file structure directory for you, and I'll show you how to do that in a little bit. We have that at the bottom of our guide. If you're just getting here and you didn't see, we do have this guide. If you go to bsd.pw, we have a guide here, getting started with FreeBSD, and there's a workshop. And we're just going through this guide. Right now we just installed all the packages, and we did the start X. We picked one of these, and we started X. So this is where we are. And then here's some of the known issues you can read about if your machine isn't working. And here's how we open the FreeBSD handbook. And then we were just talking about FreeBSD updates and upgrades. Next would be jails, which we kind of talked about a second earlier, but jails are really cool. We will talk about jails here in a second. This is what I was saying earlier. If you upgrade FreeBSD, this is the upgrade in progress. We're going from 13 to 13.1, and it finished all the patches, but now it's saying there's some files that we can't merge automatically because you must have edited them on your machine. So if you push enter, it'll bring you into the file, and it'll just ask you to look at the part that has these little arrows in it and the equal sign. So these little back arrows and this equal sign, it's just showing you that your version has video with roller at the end. And the version they're trying to merge, the video group doesn't have roller in it. So get rid of the video group without roller, and then you can just delete this little markup that they put in there. And that's it. That's how the file looks now. You can save and quit it. It asks you if everything is Yep, I missed one. So if it looks reasonable, you say no, and it doesn't do anything. So if you come back and run the upgrade again, it should skip all the long parts that it did before and try that merge again. So we'll just say, yeah. Now it's checking that all those patches went through, and then it's going to find that merge conflict again for the group file. Yeah, you're right. I forgot the arrows going the other way, which is fine. Yeah, FreeBSD is real good about remembering where it was and picking right back up off where it left off. So it might take a sec because that's to do all the checks all over again, but it's just double checking that everything's where it's supposed to be, and then it should ask me that same question again. Which shouldn't take too long. The inspection is really only limited by the speed of the processor. And that processor is much faster than this one. As we saw, his install was like extracting and mega fast. Mine's doing pretty good, but it's not super fast. Okay, so we should see the same thing here now. Saying our group file has extra entries. But yeah, we'll come back to that one in a second. It looks like it's taking a minute. I'm going to switch this back to scaled mode, and we can talk about jails. Because I don't know if you, yeah, okay, wait, there it is. Okay, it already downloaded all the files. It should realize that really quickly. I think it's just doing a checksum real quick on all the files to make sure it actually has 100% of the file and it's correct. But yeah, we'll come check on that in a second. So let's talk about jails. Well, because that's really the last part of upgrades anyways. Okay, we'll finish upgrades and then we'll move on to jails because it looks like we don't have to wait any longer. So it's asking us the etc group file, what the difference is. And yeah, if we looked at the whole thing, there was 2 lines. There was this guy and this one. So what it's saying is the new one has video, but it also now comes along with real time and idle time. It didn't have those before. So I'm going to get rid of that. And then I don't want the default one. I want to keep mine. So that's really all you'd have to do is it wanted to add video real time and idle, but video was slightly different, so I had to do it manually. So to save, you can do the :WQ, but just remember that the escape and 2 Z's works just as good. 2 capital Z's and you're done. You're out. That's an easy way to do it. So yes, it looks reasonable. There might be another file. That's the new version. There's no problems with it. Does that look fine? Yes. And now it's just showing you, here's everything that will be removed. And if you hit spacebar, or you can hit spacebar if you actually are curious and you want to see everything. Otherwise, you can just hit Q a few times. Q, Q, Q. Okay. So it still hasn't changed your system. It prepared it. It's all ready to go. It knows what it needs to do, but it hasn't done it yet. So it's telling you at the bottom, if you're ready, and then you type FreeBSD, update, install. That'll do the update. Then you got to reboot the computer, come back in, and run that one more time, which it tells you. It says, okay, we're good. Please reboot. Run this one more time to finish installing updates. So you can actually type the word reboot if you want. And as we're almost up to 13.1. So the kernel's 13.1, and now it just needs to do a couple of cleanup tasks. So the reboot got the kernel there, but now we just need to get the rest of the user land and everything. So we just type the FreeBSD update install one more time, and it'll clean up, do the rest, and we're on 13.1. Okay. Okay, so I'm logging in as root with sudo -i. -i is an easy way to just become sudo, and then it'll just ask you for your password and FreeBSD update install. That'll do the rest of the upgrade. It'll finish it all up. And this doesn't take very long. This usually is very fast. And then we have a command on FreeBSD. We have uname. You can do uname and then -a to see the version, but FreeBSD also just has FreeBSD -version if you wanted to get just the text that is the version. But yeah, that shouldn't take too long. Cool. Did a little bit of scanning, and that's cool, done. So if we type uname -a or FreeBSD version, you can kind of see the difference between those two. One of them has got a whole lot of information, the other one's just exactly the version. But we're at 13.1 now, and your packages you should reinstall them. So to do that, just package upgrade -y. And that should, actually, when you do an upgrade, do -fy. That'll force everything to upgrade. Reason for that is when you do a version upgrade like this, you want to do the force because you want it to just reinstall everything in case it needs to. Usually things will work fine, but I always do that as a backup just in case. But yeah, after this is done running through its fetch like it normally would, you'll be stable, you'll be there, you'll be ready to do something else. And cool. So we'll just take a break here, and we'll come back and talk about jails, and we'll get you started with jails and what cool things you can kind of do with them. Yeah. So feel free to get a water or take a break for a second. I'll be right back. Oh, I didn't know what time it is. Sorry. Is it lunch right now, Drew? Do you know what time we're coming back? Oh, okay. Well, we could just make it up. Okay. Yeah, do you guys want to come back here at 2? Sure, okay. Perfect. Thank you so much, and I'll hang around and work with people to get you caught up if you want. Hi. Sure. Yeah, no one should be coming in here. But yeah, just log in as root and walk away.
has a
like something like there's containerization and stuff on this too?
Next, we're going to be talking about jails. So jails are kind of like the container system for FreeBSD.
I have some friend of mine is down in Vermont that is using FreeBSD as our
Oh, cool.
servers.
Oh, perfect.
IX systems don't need it.
IX? Oh, wow. Yeah, those. All right, everyone, welcome back. Where did we end up?
Can I ask you one quick question?
Yeah.
Am I using a virtual machine image or just an installer image?
Installer. Yeah, because the virtual machine image will import into VirtualBox, and when you start it, it'll have a username already created and a password already created. So it's more of like a ready to go type of thing, but then you don't see how to install it. So the last command we ran here was start X. We were looking at this file and playing with the different settings. So I'm going to set it back to the one we showed, which was XFCE. That way, if you were to type start X, you should see this. And then we have a terminal here at the bottom, and we can make that bigger with the Control++. And if you're having trouble finding out what buttons work, this soft keyboard is very helpful because it works like a normal keyboard, usually. Okay. Let me pull this guy back up. Okay. So jails, FreeBSD jails have been around for a long time. You'll find references to them all over the place, but one of the main things that to take away from jails is they're really complicated. You really need to understand the file system, the networking, the operating system. The reason why we bring it up in a Getting Started workshop is it's super interesting, and you can get started with it pretty easily. It's some of the fancier things people try to do with jails that makes it more complicated, really. I mean, people use it to run really, really old versions of FreeBSD if they needed to, either for experimentation or maybe there's a production app that's been around forever that no one ever rebuilt, and so they need to run it still. They can run it in a jail. Oh, jailbreak. Yeah, I wouldn't consider jailbreak and jails the same. The jailbreak on an iPhone is really, they didn't want you to be a root user, and that's basically forcing your way into becoming a root user on your iPhone. A jail is more like, think of it like a two-way mirror, right? You're the operating system and you want a program to run. And you don't want that program to be able to just run rampant and all over your operating system and change things and slow down, take up resources or whatever. So what you can do is you can put it into its own little environment, and inside of the jail, you don't really see that you're in a jail. It looks like you're on a normal FreeBSD computer. You have all the same files that you would want to to access and edit them, but there is this separation that's visible to you from the inside, but from the outside, the system administrator can have the program running in the jail, and if the program wants to do anything fancy to sort of change a file that another program uses, it's not going to be able to if that program is it's outside of its jail. So very similar to C groups and namespaces. And a good use for it is just to kind of put a wrapper around a program, because you can restart a jail really easily if your program is having issues and you need to kill it. But the program's taking up 100% of the CPU resources on the computer. It becomes really hard to log in as an administrator when your program kind of blows up and it won't. If it's slowing your whole computer down, how do you log into it to control that situation? It would just be painful. You'd be waiting your turn. You'd be trying to get logged in forever, and then once you're logged in, then you'd be trying to kill the thing. Well, if it's a jail, you can do resources. You can say this jail can only use a certain amount of resources on the machine. So if the program ever does go crazy, you can just turn off the jail. And that, since it's like a wrap around the whole program, it will just reboot the whole thing. And it basically just allows the processes for a program to stay together and not escape and run rampant and mess with other things. That's kind of the high level overview. And like I said, it gets real complicated because you can do so many things with jails. It's incredible. So we'll just get started so you can kind of see how to even get started with jails and what is available. So we're going to log in as root with sudo-i. So we're already back to the computer. We have it logged in. Just make sure that you have access to the internet by pinging something. If you don't, it's probably due to the wireless settings here. They do have some security settings enabled, so the DNS isn't going to work properly through VirtualBox guest, because your host already has the same IP address. So it might be a little weird. So you might need to change this file to look like this. So resolve.conf may need to just have one line that says name server space and then a publicly accessible DNS. That's what we found in this workshop, how the internet seems to be working better if you set it up like that. And then if you type ifconfig, you should see that you have your address, and it's a 10.0.2 address, which is typical for VirtualBox. VirtualBox network is just set to NAT. So that's really the trickery that we have to get the internet working. So if you're at that point, then we can do this. So we're going to log in as root, sudo-i. And now we can edit a file. There's this file, login.conf. This has to do with locale settings and UTF-8 and things like that. I believe the 13.1 and 13.0, I believe that in the 13 versions of FreeBSD, this does not need to be changed, but because as you can see, the char set equals UTF-8, lang equals UTF-8. Those didn't used to be part of, they just didn't used to be part of this file. So we used to have to go in and add those two lines. So we can just leave that alone. It looks like it's already set. And just to make sure that it works, type locale. And it should just have UTF-8 all across the board. And if it does, we want to look for IOCage. So we'll just do package search IOCage and see what the version is. So it looks like they have Pi 3.9 IOCage. So that's the one we want. So we'll say package install pi39 IO cage. And it'll ask you if you want to install it. You can just say yes with a Y. And that will go ahead and install it. And the first thing that it wants to do is activate. This command IO cage is a wrapper around the FreeBSD jails settings. Yes, do you have a question?
Is it install IO page?
Yeah, here's the command. And I'll put that up at the top with Control L. Yep, so that's how you get IO cage. And now we can use it. So as root, we'll say IO cage. And you were going to want to do or a zpool status in case you renamed your pool. So just do zpool status because you want to check the pool name right here. If you left your pool name zroot, that's fine. If you didn't, that's also fine. You just need to use that name here in a second. So IO cage needs to activate to your zpool. So to do it, you just say IO cage activate and the name of your zpool. So mine's called a zroot. And it says successfully activated. And then you can do IO cage list. And you'll see there's nothing there. This whole list of the name, state, release, everything is set to default. There's nothing there. So we should now see an empty table, right? And let's see. So this is a performance thing. It's not, IO cage is written in Python, and this, if you have Python on FreeBSD, there's ways to get a little extra performance out of it, and that's using mounting a file system. So we'll mount that file system. So mount a file system with the type fdsc, so fdesc fs. And you just say space null and then space dev fd. So that will mount the file system right now, and Python will, just if it's there, it'll use it. If it's not, it won't. But that just makes it a little bit faster. But in order to keep that around for future reboots and to actually make that part of the configuration, you can add it to what's called the file system table. So if we vim etc fs tab, that's our file system table, you'll see all the files, systems that get mounted when the computer starts. And there's currently just the one, but we can add a new line. So I just pushed J to go down, and I'm adding a new line with O. That'll open the text to edit on the line following where you were. So I'm here, and I just want to mount, the device is going to be called fdesc fs. And then you just push tab. Oh, it's off screen, thanks. Let me scoot that over slightly. Okay. And then, yeah, okay, cool. And you push tab in between these entries, right? So there's fdesc fs and then tab. And I usually like to tab over to where you're kind of in the right column here. You don't have to. You can just have one tab in between them all, but to kind of line them up, I tab it a few times so it's lined up, so it looks nice. But I'm going to say you're going to mount to devfd, and the type is null, and the options are read write, or no, that's not the type. The type is fdesc fs. Sorry, options read write, and then the dump and the pass are zeros. How do you, what?
You said /dev null.
Oh, because when you type the mount command, you use the null, but apparently use null just because it's the same as the name of the device. But when you put it into the file system table, you actually have to spell it out twice. So I had to spell it out here and over here, but on the command line, you don't have to do that. But yeah, this file is read when the computer starts, and it will mount these things. And then you'll see, if you want to, you can kind of line these all up so that they're all in a column. But as long as you have that row, this one line that looks just like that, fdeskfs, and then the mount point /dep fd, file system type is fdeskfs, options read write, dump and passer at 0. So we just save that. You can do :wq if you want to save. And that's just going to improve the speed performance. So if that didn't work, the instructions are in the guide, but you also don't, that's just an optimization. You don't need that. So what you need to do, remember we did IOCage list and there's nothing there. So what you do is IOCage fetch. And this should look up the different releases that IOCage is working with, and it asks you to type the number. The default is the most current one, so you don't even have to type a number. I'm just going to push enter, and it'll get me the latest. So that's going to get an image of 13.1 that can be used with IOCage. And this is literally just going to let us, it's going to be like we are installing FreeBSD in its own environment. It'll be like its own server and everything, but this one in particular is going to be a jail. So according to, it's going to look and act like its own machine, but it's going to be contained inside of the host machine. So we'll just, the fetch shouldn't take too long, and then we can list the releases that it has downloaded. So IOCage list by default will show you the jails that are installed, which are none. But if you do the -R after IOCage list, it'll show you the releases that you've downloaded. And right now, it's downloading 13.1 release. Shouldn't take too long. And there is a good book for this, and it's just called FreeBSD Mastery Jails. And no, I brought the other ones with me today. I didn't bring that one, but I do have that one. These are some other good books to get if you're curious. This is third. Yeah, this is the latest one, the 3rd edition. Yeah. Yeah, there's enough of a difference to merit the update because this has all the newer FreeBSD stuff. The other one is probably 11, I think, FreeBSD 11. There's just been a few changes. I believe this touches on a lot more of the current. Yeah. And they tried to make the jails book last just because of the complexity of jails. Because what we're using them for is to experiment, right? And kind of get an idea of what it would be like to have a separate, isolated FreeBSD install. But you can just get as creative as you want with jails. And some people just use them to separate their servers. So instead of having one server that has the app server and the database and the web server, you could just have a jail that is the app server and a jail that's the web server and a jail that's the database. That way they can't interact with each other. They can still interact with each other like they're supposed to, but they can't accidentally step on each other's toes or take each other down. We did have a question that came up earlier of if there is a merge conflict, if there's dependencies, of dependencies, like you installed a program and it had a lot of dependencies, but another program conflicted, how would you, deal with that? You could put the programs in their own jail if you wanted. And it does make it a little more complex to administer the system, so we're not going to cover too much system administration. We're more just going to cover the basics of getting a jail set up and typing commands inside the jail. Okay. So now if we did IOKage list, but we pushed a R at the end, you'll see the base is fetched, 13.1 release. If you want to know any so there is a manual page for IOKage, but there's also right there, you'll see this IOKage, you can do -- help as well. So you might want to look into that if you had more questions. And then if you had a question about a certain command, like activate or something like that, you can type the name of the command and then put help after that, and it should give you help for the specific command, subcommand.
One more thing, what was the book you recommend when you are typing
Yes.
the previous step? What was the book?
Yeah.
Book you think?
So tilted windmill press is the place to go. Yeah, tilted windmill press or MWL.io. That's got to be the easiest one. That stands for Michael W. Lucas. So MWL.io, that should bring you right here. This should have his nonfiction books, and then he should have his sysadmin. And then you should see we have the sudo mastery, we have ed mastery, SSH, and PAM, tarsnap. Okay, so it's not there. Go to nonfiction operating system. There it is. This would be the guy. So it's really cool, right? Lightweight virtualization. You can manage the jails from the host. There's a lot of stuff you can do. So he says strip away the mystery, because it does get kind of confusing. So we'll just real quickly get a jail installed, and then we'll show you what that looks like. So you can say IOKage, so I'll put this to the top here, create -T. That's dash. And then we have N for name, and then what do you want to call it? So we'll just call this FreeBSD jail or something like that. So you can name it whatever you want after -N. And then we'll set the IPv4 ADDR, so the IPv4 address. And we'll set that to 10.0 I'll just set it to 16 or something. And the release we wanted to use was the 13.1 release in all caps. Cool. Jail successfully created. And now what do we do with it, right? So if we type the IOKage list, you can see there's a FreeBSD jail. It's down right now. It's 13.1, and here's the IP address. So to bring it up, you would say IOKage start, and then the name of the jail. That will only work if the jail's already started. So you can actually, well, right, let's try it. So it should just work, FBSD jail. And then IOKage list, right? And now it's up, but we're not connected to it. So to connect to it, you type IOKage console. And when you type IOKage console in the name of the jail, you should now be in the jail. And if you look, it brought in our resolve.conf from our host file. And if we were to change this to, oh, it doesn't have Vim. See, so now we don't even have Vim in here anymore. So let's do VI. And we'll just make a quick change. Like if I was to add, let's say I was to add the 1.1, right? That's another publicly available service for DNS. So if we were to add that, right, and then we were to cat that, that is within the jail. If we were to leave the jail, so Control D, or you could just type log out. Now let's look at the resolve.conf file and see how they're different. So the jail can have its own settings and configuration and packages, but it can still run on the same computer. So it is a little bit interesting, especially since it just works so fluently in the background like that. But yeah, that's kind of how you would create servers, and then you can start doing the same thing we did before: package install and put whatever packages you want on it, and get it working however you need to. But those are the basics: is how do you actually create it, and how do you get into it to run commands. So now I'll just show you how to destroy it. And it'll ask you, are you sure? And it's still running. So if you're sure you want to destroy it and you don't feel like typing iocage stop first, you can put an F in there and it'll force it to go away.
Can you do a PS minus EF when you, can you still see it like as a?
Oh, good point. Yeah, so I'll create it again. You can't, from the host, you can see in the output, if you do PS and you look at top or whatever, and you can see the program running from the host. But inside the jail, you can't see any of the programs running on the host. You can only see what's inside of your environment. So if I was to do, if we were just to look at some of the services running, right, we have Xorg and a few XFCE and a few other things. But if we were to console into that machine, you can do the same thing. You can type start first, or you can just do the F and that'll start it for you. Okay, so we're in. Now if you look at the top on this thing, there's nothing running. I mean, that's 4 things. So this computer, this jail has basically nothing happening inside of it. And but from the host, you can start to see the jails. If you wanted to start looking in PS, and you know, we can start to poke around a little bit. There's going to be a lot going on in here. But basically, from the jail, there are, if you typed,
Let's do PS minus AEF.
yeah, see right there that -J? That's how you could select a specific jail by ID. From outside the jail, you can see what's going on inside the jail with the J. But yeah, the same PS commands will work, and this will show just there should be a jail in there somewhere. Where's the J? Yeah, right there. There was a J. So these ones have the J on them. Those should be the ones running in the jail. And then so if you start reading the man pages on these things, you can start to see most things will support, on Freebsd, most things will support a J flag. So you can just see what's happening inside the jail and not have to log into it or anything first. So I'll just kill that. And that was what I wanted to show you with jails today. There's so much more we could jump into, but I thought Pujira would be next. Why Pujira? So so far, everything we've done is like this. We package install something, right? And that's fine, but every once in a while, you run into the case where the package has some settings you want to turn on. Most of the time, it's something like this, FFmpeg or something like that. It'll come with certain options enabled, but it won't have other options enabled. And a lot of programs get all their abilities for converting audio files, converting video files. They just use FFmpeg to do it. So when you have the output, like if you're on a video editor inside FreeBSD and you want to save to MP4, usually it'll use FFmpeg to do that. So if your FFmpeg isn't compiled to support MP4, then you won't have that option. So what you need to do is build and compile the package and set the option yourself if you get into that scenario. So Poudriere is a tool for building and compiling packages and making your own package repository. But you don't have to host the package repository on a web server somewhere. Poudriere can package up all the packages it creates for you, and you can point to the directory that it built them in. So you can change your repository from a server URL to a file URL. So to get it, we'll just say package install, and it's spelled kind of funny. It stands for like I think it was one of those like big barrels that had what do they call it, like gunpowder in it or something like that. It's a French word. It's a weird French word. But yeah, I think it stands for like powder keg or something like that. Kind of a strange word, but okay. So we'll do package install Poudriere, and I just did the -y so it wouldn't ask me, are you sure? Because I am sure I do want it. And we need the place for its packages to go. So I'll just say make a directory, user ports, dist files. And you have to spell that right. Make dir. Okay. So I made the directory ports dist files, and then I need a directory user local Poudriere. So okay, and now we just need to edit the configuration file for Poudriere. So that should be in user local etc poudriere.conf. And it's just going to ask you a few things. If you just scroll down, you'll see a lot of you can just uncomment some of the things. So we'll uncomment zpool. Zpool equals zroot, and it's telling you, you need some space to do this. The command to check space on FreeBSD, I'll just show you real quick, is df-h. That'll show you the computer and sort of how much space you're working with. Let's see, available is 3.6 on this machine, because we've already used 7.6 because I installed, so I'm going to get rid of KDE5 and anything else that was associated with it. Just see if I can get some space back. Otherwise, the Poudriere is going to need to be running on a computer with a little bit bigger hard drive. Package auto remove is just searching all those files KDE installed earlier and seeing if it can get rid of some of them for us. Yeah, I believe the default in VirtualBox is 16 gigs that it wants to give your machine. So we should be able to get some space back by taking off some of the stuff that we use. But if we don't have enough space, we can add another hard drive.
How much memory should I use for the
We usually do 2 gigs or 2,000 megs. It seems to work pretty good. So I was just trying to delete some packages here. We'll see what that says. And then after it's done doing that, we'll see how much space we have left. When you guys run df-h, how much space does your machine say? Does it have at least 7 gigs available? Because if you looked right here, it said Pooja needs at least 7 gigs of free space to have it working. And I only have 3.6. So I'm just trying to delete some stuff, but we probably could if it is VirtualBox, we could just add another hard drive, right? And format it, mount it, and then use that pool. Might be what we're going to have to do. So we'll just get ready for that in case that's where we need to go with this. So I'll just scoot this up so we can see if that finishes. And then if you go to the Freebsd Handbook and we search ZFS Quick Start, you'll see very quickly how to format a new device. So single disk pool is what we want. So what do? We can go like this. So we don't have to delete anything. We can just, I'll just Control-C this so we don't have to wait for it. We can do shut down, turn it off, go into VirtualBox and add another hard drive that's bigger, just for Pooja. So wait for the machine to shut down all the way, and then come to the machine and go to Settings. And we have Storage. And we have, under the IDE controller, there's only one hard drive. So if we add hard disk right here, the little hard drive guy. And then it'll show the disk that you can add, and we want to make a new one. So we'll hit Create. And the same menu from before. Right? We can go with all the defaults except the size. Well, we can even leave the size. I mean, 16 gigs is fine now. But I mean, if we're worried, we can bump it up to like 25 or something. So I'll just make mine 25 gigs. And then I'll choose it. So here it is. Choose. Now it's connected. I'll say OK. And I'll make it bigger here. So view scaled mode. Okay. So if you were to see all these flying by, you would notice right there ADA0 and then ADA1, virtual hard disks. And don't worry if you didn't catch that. You can always do the input keyboard, soft keyboard, and hit the pause break button and click home. That'll bring you back to the top, and then you can kind of you can close this or keep it open because I want to hit the pause break button again. But basically we can go down, down, down until we start to see the hard drives. Here they are. And you'll notice that there's another one. So the ADA0 was the one we were using before. You'll see it's that 16 gigs. And then here's the new one, a little over 25 gigs. It's called ADA1. So what do? Well, we just tell Pooja about that. So, well, first we need to set it in zpool. But so we'll sudo-i to become root. So now that we're root, just go back here real quick, and you'll see the to create a simple pool, you just zpool create the name and then /dev/ that number that we got. So mine is zpool create. I'll call mine Poudriere. I just call it Poudriere 01 or something like that. And what was it? Dev ADA1. And now if I do df-h, I've got 25 gigs of free space on Poudriere 01. And I still only have the 3 from the other one, but now I've got this new hard drive to work with. So if I was to edit that Poudriere file, now I can point to this Poudriere 01 zpool. That one, yeah. Which one? Oh, I would bump that up to 25, just so you don't have to do this add an extra disk thing. Because we kept it at the default, but then when we got the Poudriere, we need more space. Before it was 16. Oh, for memory, we're doing 2 gigs, but for hard disk size, we're doing like 25 gigs. So is that the hard disk one?
Well, I already did the memory, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's the hard disk one.
So 16,
Yeah, 25.
25. Okay.
Yeah. Just a little bit more space. Okay, so we're going to edit the Poudriere file now. So we'll just vim into user local etc poudriere.conf. And we're going to modify zpool and FreeBSD host. So zpool, now we need to change that to the name of the new pool. Mine's called Poudriere 01. And it has to be spelled right. So make sure that's spelled right. And then we're going to go look for host, which should be down here. FreeBSD host equals change this. So we'll change that to https download.freebsd.org. And if you notice right above it, it gives you that address. It's saying we suggest this one. It's kind of hard to see because my vimrc is, the vim configuration on my root is making the background text blue, so it's kind of hard to see. But we'll just let that be. Okay, so with those couple of settings, now you're able to create a jail for Poudriere. And the way you do that is because Poudriere uses the jail system. It doesn't use IOCage, but it uses the jail system to create a completely separate operating system environment where it builds things. So it doesn't mess with any of your local packages or anything. So you type Poudriere jail, jail-c for create, -j for the jail name. So I'm going to call mine AMD 64, and then just the release version. So mine's going to be 13.1. And that's just the name of it, right? I'm going to do -v for the version of FreeBSD I want to use. So 13.1 release. So Poudriere jail C -j, the name of the jail, -v, the version of FreeBSD. And that should do a very similar thing. It'll go out and get that base image that it needs. And this is going to create the environment for building your jail. Sure. What is it mad about? So it's saying you have an image file that's inaccessible
That's fine. That doesn't matter. But CentOS 7 minimal.
Is it by default
Yeah.
comes with VirtualBox?
No, VirtualBox has a section in it where you can manage disk images, and it looks.
I didn't install the CentOS 7.
No, it looks like it's complaining right here. So if you go to storage, right here, it says that this is mounted. So it was trying to boot off of a non-existent CD.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, that should just come right back. Let's make sure it comes back. Cool. And now what's it saying?
Not a hypervisor. Okay. VTX is disabled in the BIOS. So that means your computer, you have to go into the BIOS and turn on VTX. Yeah.
Yeah, just because VirtualBox is hypervisor and it's got to have, it depends on that processor's support, which is why you're going to hear people with the newest Mac M1 is not, VirtualBox isn't a thing on that. They're not virtualizing, they haven't created a hypervisor for the new processor yet. I know VMware is working on one, but it's super beta. VirtualBox in the forum says they're not going to make a VirtualBox for the new Mac M1 because they'd have to rewrite their whole tool, and they're not going to do that. Okay, so it says your jail called AMD 6413.1 of version 13.1 is ready to be used. So how do we use it? Well, first we can look it up. We can see Pujir jail-L, right? That should show you a listing. So there we go. We've got that jail. And the jail needs its own ports collection. So this is the source. The jail needs all the source for all the ports so that it can create packages. So that's why you would just do Pujir ports and -cp and then head. That'll clone the ports tree. The ports tree is literally make files and all the instructions for how to install a package on FreeBSD. Like what does it take to, get VLC or Firefox or whatever to install. You have to go to Firefox. You need to download the binary. So someone's wrote a script to do whatever needs to happen, but all within FreeBSD. So that's what the ports collection is. And that's what Drew was talking about in his presentation at the beginning was if you want to maintain one of these ports or if there's something that is a Unix-like program, that maybe it's on Linux, but you don't see it on FreeBSD, you can go read the porting guide and you can use these tools to figure out how to make it work. And then you can kind of get more involved and help out with that. But I did take a workshop at EuroBSDCon, a conference in Romania about building packages, and it was really cool. Pujir helps a lot if you're a package maintainer too. If you're someone that builds and ports packages, this will make your life so much easier. Because in the past, you would have a machine that you want to build your stuff on, and if it wasn't built in a jail, then you'd have to have a way of creating a fresh environment every time to run all your builds in. And this just makes it so much easier because that's what it was designed to do. It's just a tool that does a lot of the automation of building packages for you. And then we'll get into why would you build a package, right? Because you want to change the options. And I'll show you the screen here. Once we have Pujir installed, there's a screen where you can see all the options. And we'll look at some packages and start to see what options are available and why would we consider them. And then you'll see like FFmpeg has so many cool options, and you can just toggle them on, and then you get all that capability that comes with the tool. But you know, the people that make the packages for you on the FreeBSD package repository, they had to pick some default settings. So they picked either what they thought was best or what feedback they got from people or whatever, but they have to pick some defaults. So if you're one that wants to start changing defaults, then you just have to build your own packages. But at least you have that option to do that. Because there might be packages where you just want to turn most of the options off, and it makes the package even smaller. And it runs better because it's smaller. But you know, if there's things you're not using, you can always strip them out as well. Or for compliance reasons, like that's why a lot of people in high secure environments love FreeBSD, because if you can build everything from source and you have all the source yourself and you built it all yourself, then it's a lot easier to explain to compliance officers or whoever the reason why you feel this is secure. And you know, you didn't just pull it off of an FTP. You didn't just pull some binary and run it on your machine, right? You had to actually build the thing. Because that's usually where like a lot of weird stuff happens, is linking and package linking and binaries. When they get built, people can do some weird stuff to them. So if you know, just to give you that peace of mind, you can build them yourself. Some people build them themselves just for that reason alone. Of we just want to make sure no one tampered with this, and this is identical to what it was supposed to be. You know, trust but verify. Oh, here it is. Okay, and the ports collection is huge. So that's probably what's going on here. Is it's going to take a minute for all the ports, the files for all the ports to kind of download. Shouldn't be too long, but it will take a second. Okay. And then while we wait for that, what I wanted to show you, so we'll kind of, the other things I had to show you after this was, okay, it's installed, how do we customize the options and for a package, and then how do we change the package repository? So we'll get into that, but if it's going to take a long time on this screen, we can also pull up a different virtual machine and talk about so why do we create this clone, right? This was the clone that we created earlier. I'm actually going to double check the settings. So I'm just going to power it off real quick. When we cloned it, it should have regenerated the MAC address by default, so it doesn't have the same exact network MAC address. This one ends in EB6C. That's the one that's running. This one ends in EB6C. Yeah, so it copied this. So just go into your clone and regenerate your MAC address so that it's not exactly the same. Because we want to be able to network the computers together. Then we can control them, and we can show you kind of how to do some SSH stuff. So, okay. I just want to change the MAC address on that second computer. We will come back to that here in a second. But it looks like this is finished. So I will show you that in a second. But here we are. Okay. Pujara ports, done. What do we do? We have this so if you have a machine that has a list of packages already that you wanted to use, you can jump in there and pull down, like query all the packages. Like what that's saying is, here, let me make this big. So I have just to show you, I have this should work. Okay, so here's a machine that I run FreeBSD on that has some packages on it. So to get a list of packages off your machine, if you were curious about, if you wanted to get it in the right format that Pooja uses, I'll just show you real quick. So you type package query -e, and then they have this little formatter you can use to say %a equals 0, and then %o. And then you can pipe that into T package list. What T does is it not only cats the contents of what it does, but it saves it to a file. So if I was to look at package list now, I have a list that's ready to give it to Pooja. If I wanted Pooja to build all these packages for me, this is the format I'd need. So the packages are listed in like a category package, right? Category. So that's the format I just wanted to show you. That's the format that they're kind of looking for if you wanted to give it a whole list of packages at once. So I just thought I'd show you that. So there's 2 ways to configure custom options, and now we're going to show you. So you can either create a file, like a configuration file that would have something in it that looks like if you wanted the option of default version. So you wanted, every time it looks for SSL, you wanted SSL to actually be the Libra SSL. That's how you would change that option, right? You can set options manually and then provide the file in your configuration. Or the easier way, if you don't know what to type in the file, is Pooja options. And then you just give it the name of the jail. So my jail is called AMD 64.13.1. And my ports collection is called head. And I'd like the output to be saved in, so the package list thing, right? So now it's going to ask me which packages, and I can give it my list of packages. So what do we have for a list of packages? I wanted to show you guys how we could build FFmpeg. I believe, if you're not sure what you can always just go here to fresh ports. So if you're on DuckDuckGo, they have a bang they created for this, just called bang fresh ports. And then you could type like FFmpeg. That should give you the category and the name. So here it is, it's FFmpeg. It looks like it's in multimedia, which makes sense. So we should just be able to put multimedia/FFmpeg into a package list file and use it. So I'll just make a package list file. So I'll have to erase this right now. I'll just say multimedia FFmpeg. And that's all that's in my package list file now. So I want to tell Pooja to use that and show me what are the options for that package. So Pooja options, AMD 64.13.1, the head ports collection, and we'll save it, and we're going to use this package list file. There's no such jail AM64 because it's AMD that I put as the name. Okay, this is what an option screen looks like. Anything that already has an X in it is the default that they are going to use. This is, so just, it'll kind of tell you what these things are. But as you can see, they could be wildly different. It has a lot to do with the guys that make the actual open source program than it does FreeBSD. So FFmpeg, the program, has some default options that aren't set, like lame. Okay. They made MP3 support no default now. That's good. That wasn't a default before. And then I believe it would be X264 was the other one. Oh, cool, and they enabled both of those too. Those didn't used to be selected. So in the past, I used to have to come in here and modify my FFmpeg so that it had these options, so that when I built other programs, they were able to, have codec support. Because a lot of programs, they don't write. I mean, most programming you don't actually write all the code, right? You just pull in a bunch of libraries that do most of the stuff, and then you write your code. So FFmpeg is found everywhere, and it's typically the Swiss Army knife tool people use to do audio, video encoding. Yeah, this is very, since the ports collection is, so he was asking about, is this similar to the make commands? And the whole ports tree is make, basically. The whole ports collection, everything was built off of make files and things like that. So Pujara is just instrumenting those make files. You can do all this stuff manually, and you'll hear about things called port master. You might see install instructions for FreeBSD saying to install it from ports. So if you ever notice people are installing stuff from ports, they're probably doing it. I mean, you probably don't want to. You probably just want to do package install. I mean, unless there's a real reason why you don't want the binary package, and you want to build it yourself, the ports collection is all about building packages. It's not really. You don't have to use it, and it's a little more complicated, right? It's if you actually wanted to use it. So we're just gonna say okay, and that's going to go to all the dependencies and ask me the same thing. So here's all the dependencies FFmpeg is going to pull in, and the options for them as well. So I'm going to take the defaults on all these, but as you can see, it starts to go through all the different tools that are used by a program, and it asks you the same question. So this is pulling in a lot of different things just for FFmpeg, but it is a very powerful tool. So I'm just going to hit enter a whole bunch of times because I'm not sure how many packages are in here for FFmpeg, but it seems to be maybe 100. I don't know, that's quite a few. That's a lot of stuff. So I'm just going to hold down enter here for a sec, because I don't need to customize everything. But that's what's good, is once you figure out what the options are, then you can just set them in a file. Okay, cool. Okay, so it did the options. Now the options are set, which is good. Then this is how you build. So you just say Pujara, and you say bulk to build in parallel. Give it the jail name, give it the package, the ports collection to use, and your list. And it should pull up a pretty cool looking screen that will show the ports that it's building. And it says you can hit Control-T at any time to see where the stats. So if I hit Control-T, it kind of tells me 13 seconds have gone by, 16 seconds have gone by. But it kind of gives you an idea of how many have skipped, how many have failed, how many there are to build. So it's going to build 256 packages, and it'll just start going through. Building from source is usually the thing that takes forever on most computers. So what's recommended is to actually, we'll scroll down here a little bit. I actually included in my guide here, which we'll start to look at here. So we'll go down to
Yeah, where did I tell you to get the file? Okay, so what I usually do is I actually use this tool called Ansible, which we'll talk about today. And with Ansible, you can do all the same things that, so I'm just going to cancel that. This would take way too long to build all the packages. But when the packages are built, they'll show up in user local poodir. And then all the packages will be listed in here, and you would see them in your ports tree, stuff like that. And I probably don't have tree. If you don't have a tree, I recommend it. It's a cool little command that does stuff like this. It'll kind of, okay, that went a little bit too deep, but tree will go into a directory and show you all the directories inside of it and all the things inside of that. But the ports tree is pretty big, so that takes a while to crawl. But this is where all your packages that are built will end up. And then, or not that they'll end up, this is where the configuration for your packages will end up. So if you wanted to see the files that were generated, the custom files that were generated for your options, you can dig in here and find them and see what the options were set to. That way you know what to type in the future. But the packages end up in your data. So you'll see there's a data one there. And data is going to have all the latest packages inside of it. So user local poodir data. And then what you would do is you can go into your main file that Freebsd uses with package. So it's called etc package repos, not package.conf. Okay, so it should be user local etc package. And we'll just create that directory if it doesn't exist. So we'll make the directory called user local etc pkg repos. Okay, and then we'll use that to user local etc pkg repos. We'll create a new one called freebsd.conf. And this is going to take FreeBSD as the name of the repository, and we're going to set the enabled value to no. So now the FreeBSD main repository is not enabled, and then to create your own one, you would just make another file, call it whatever you want. I'm just going to name mine the same as my gel. And inside of that, you just give it that same name. And you can set a repository up. And the repository just needs to have a URL and an enabled. And the way that you do the URL is you just make it a file URL. So you say file // and then you go to /data what was it? It was user local poodir data. So we had user local poodir data, and that's it. So that would change your repository, and when you typed package upgrade -fy, it'll reinstall all your packages and it'll use the repository to do that. But I don't actually want to do that on this machine because we didn't finish building the packages. So I will just erase this and it'll go back to normal. So usually local etc pkg, I'll just erase that whole pkg folder. And now I can still do regular stuff like and now it's saying the no packages available. So we're going to have to put the package repository back. So we can do, we'll just put the FreeBSD one back, but we'll say enabled as yes.
You can mix them. It's not recommended, but you can do it. Because you might run into that that conflict situation from earlier, where you have like a little, it should work in general. You should just be able to build the custom packages that you care about. But once you get into custom building packages, you probably are going to be in an environment where everything needs to be built from source. So then you would just have your own package repository anyways. And you could build them all from defaults and they'd be really similar. So it kind of gives you those options. Yeah, you can do it, but there may be a certain program that has a problem with it. You never know. That could come up. What we're going to do now is, so that's kind of all the Poodrare stuff that I would show you. The other thing I wanted to show you today was called Ansible, and Ansible lets you do SSH commands, automate them really. So you're kind of setting up an environment where you can control a computer from another computer, and so we're going to go control a computer. So in VirtualBox to control computers, you're going to need to change some network settings, just slightly, because you're going to want the computers to be able to talk to each other. The easiest way to do that is with this thing called NAT network. So you should be able to go into the VirtualBox settings and go to network. Just the settings of VirtualBox itself, not of a particular machine. So on a Mac, it's up here in preferences, but on Windows, it should be maybe file settings or something like that. But come into the settings and go to network. And I've added one called NAT network. You probably don't have any. So to add a new network, you just click add, and it just throws it on there, right? And to delete one, you can just click on delete. But to edit it, right, you can double click it, and it's just going to create a network that supports DHCP and has 10.0.2.0 with the subnet mask 24. That's just going to give our computers a place to have a little LAN they can talk to each other on. So to set your computer up to use that, you just go to the computer settings, network, and you, instead of NAT, use NAT network and select the network there. And then pick the machine you want to use to control it and do the same thing. Settings, network, NAT network. And that's why I had you create a clone earlier, because now you can do the settings inside of this cloned machine. So here's the cloned machine that we created. Network, NAT network.
So you're setting up for each VMs, is that what you did?
Yeah, I've just put all the VMs into the same NAT network so that now they can see each other. This is the one we created for the workshop. This is the one we cloned. After we created our first VM, right after we created it, we cloned it. We cloned it so that we could have a separate copy of it so that we can use it for things, particularly for something like this. So if I wanted to install, if I boot this machine up, you'll see it's right back where we were this morning, right after we cloned it. So it doesn't have all the settings that we went through because it's brand new. But we don't really need to do much. All we really want to do is set up an SSH key and turn on SSH and make sure that we can connect to this machine. So I'll make this bigger with scaled mode. And then we'll just look. I believe we did create the user account, but we didn't make sudo, right? So if we go into root, and we could do the vi sudo, there's no vi sudo because we don't even install it. So there's no packages or anything. This is a brand new computer from this morning. So we're all the way back to where we were doing package, and then we were doing package install stuff, right? So, and since we're here and our DNS isn't working in this workshop correctly, we can go into vi-etc-resolve.conf again and make sure that that is set to publicly accessible. So everything has internet connection and just works like it's supposed to. We'll verify. What's it mad about? Oh, thanks. I'm like, why is it mad at me? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cool. Okay, so we're connected. Everything seems to be working, but we don't have anything. So what do you need the bare minimum on a machine to get going? You're going to need, let's go check our rc.conf. Okay, it looks like it has SSHDs enabled already. That's good. We need sudo, so let's grab that. Sudo comes with vi sudo, which allows you to edit the config file without having to go hunt it down. And then we'll just do /wheel, and we'll go down to this line and uncomment it. That should be, so now we have a machine. It has a user that can be an administrator and do stuff, and it just doesn't have an SSH key, right? So, yeah, SSHD is running. So now to get the SSH key, we'll do that on the Ansible machine. We don't need to do that on this machine. So we'll go to the other machine. So for you, you would be going to this getting started Freebsd machine. So just boot that one up. Okay. And then to create the key, log in as your normal user. Okay. Okay, so we're logged in as a normal user. We're just going to quickly fix that resolve.conf setting for the internet. Okay. Then we can do the command. So be your regular user, not root. So just make sure you're a regular person. You can say, who am I, to find out. And then you would do SSH keygen and set the type -t to ed to 5519. And -f, and you can give it a name, like Ansible. Whatever you want to call the key, this is going to be your private key pair is going to have these names, right? So now it's going to ask you what's your phrase that you want to use to lock the key down. So you set that up, and you have a public key, private key pair created. But to use them, you would do SSH agent is the best because you can store the key into the agent, right? So give it your shell. Remember, we set up tcsh for the shell. And then give it the SSH add command and the name of your file. So we call ours Ansible. That should ask us for our passphrase. And now it's added. That means if we were to look at our environment variables, we should have this SSH agent and the sock thing. And so essentially our machine now, if we SSH somewhere, it'll try to use that key. Where do we want to SSH? Well, this machine over here, if we do if config, this is the machine that we just set up. This is the clone. So if you type if config on the cloned copy, we just want to get that IP address. So it's 10.02.6. So if we wanted to connect to that machine, we would have to type SSH, the name of our user, at 1026, right? Was it 26? Okay. So that'll get you in. Say, yes, I want to connect, and the password of the local user on the machine you're trying to connect to. And now we're connected. But that's not really what we want. We want to copy our key to that machine's authorized keys file. So you can just go back up and then go to the beginning and say ssh-copy-id. That's all you need to do. Hit enter, the exact same command with just slightly different. When you type your password this time, correctly type your password. What it did that time was instead of connecting to the machine, it put your key into the authorized keys file of the remote machine. What that means is next time you go to connect to the machine, it'll just connect because you're authorized. So now you don't have to type the password anymore. The only time you have to type the password is SSH agent, SSH add. You add your key, and now anything you do the rest of the day or anytime you're logged into that SSH agent session, you don't have to sign in anymore to your servers if they have your authorized keys, which is super helpful if you're doing automation stuff like we're about to show with Ansible, because you don't want to have to keep logging into all these machines, especially if you're controlling them all at the same time. So now that we have it doing that, we can download. I've made a playbook for you. So if you were to get the playbook, it's at fetch http bsd.pw Ansible directory tar gz. That downloads it. To extract, you just do tar, and then this x is so we have xzvf, right? We want to extract it. We want to unzip it because it's gzipped. That's what gz stands for. So extract the archive, unzip it, and we'll want to tell it to do all that to this file, the Ansible directory tar gz. So that tears it all apart, and now we have, if we do tree Ansible, we should see this nice little playbook. So it has a configuration file, group variables, a host file. So the host file is the first thing we're going to look at. So in our host file, well, let's get out of there. The host file's in, so we're going to cd into Ansible just to get into that directory. Okay. Here's what's in here. A couple directories. So what we want to do is we're going to vim that host file, and you'll see that I have a common and a pooja error. Common is for stuff that I do commonly among computers. It's mostly the FreeBSD stuff or the Python stuff, or I'll show you those. And then pooja error. So I want to switch both of those for that 10026. So in Vim, you can do that with substitute. So you do $%s for substitute. And then you start typing what it is that you want to substitute. So I want to take that, and it'll highlight it as you type it. And then I want to switch it with this. And I don't want to do that just once. I want to do that globally throughout the whole file. And that'll change it. OK, so our host file now knows about these things. But what are those, right? Those are roles. So if you look at Ansible does things in roles. And it has these things called handlers. And so a role has a comment, has a name, and the name can have these different subfolders. I typically use these folders to do different things. Handlers are used to restart services. Tasks are all the things that you would normally do. Edit a file, download a package, whatever you need to do. And then templates are like, I have this file, can you just put it into place? And if there's any variables in this template file, put the variables in first and then put the file into place. So I would use that typically for my DHCP server. I need to give it certain settings, and it's a big long configuration file. So I go in the configuration file and I put all the places where my settings are and put some variables for things that I want to make easy to change. But that's a high level overview. we will dig into these. What we're doing in this machine is the common task is saying, make sure you have Python because Ansible uses Python. So this bootstrap command is all about getting Python running on the machine using just literally typing package install the right version of Python. And we'll look at that file here real quick. So that's a roles, common, tasks, bootstrap. You'll see that it has a name, a raw, a become, and a changed when. The raw is what it's going to type. So it's literally just going to type sudo package install Python 3.7.
So this is playbook,
That is.
the file we are looking at right now.
Oh, yeah, this is an Ansible configuration file. Yeah, Ansible does all its configuration in YAML files like this. So in order for Ansible to work, it needs Python.
So it doesn't install it automatically?
Because the remote machine needs Python.
No. Who doesn't install the Python? The Ansible playbook
Yeah,
installs it?
yeah, it installs it for you the same way you would. So it will go to your host, log into the machine, and it'll type that command for you. So then now the computer has Python on it. This is an older version of Python because this, so we can change that number here to like 9. It's probably a better version, or 10 even. Python 3.10 is probably where we're at actually right now. So you can change that to 3.10 if you want. The become, that means be sudo. Changed when false means tell Ansible this command succeeded. Ansible usually knows if a command has succeeded or failed. But if it uses Python to do that. So this is the only one, the raw module doesn't have that capability. So changed when false just says, just tell Ansible this thing worked, because it doesn't know if it worked or not. So just assume that it worked because, I mean, that should work just fine. So we'll do that. And then you'll see we had this FreeBSD update. So you remember earlier we updated FreeBSD. Here's what that looks like in Ansible. So Ansible, you can give it the shell module, which means run this command like I was on the shell. So it's kind of like the raw module, but it uses shell, which means you can do stuff like double ampersand. They do have one called command, but command just runs commands. It doesn't know what this means. So if you do shell, then it'll go, okay, I'm going to do this one, and then I'm going to do this one, and then I'm going to do that one. The reason I put them all together like that is because that's how I usually type it anyways. And this is just how I update my computer. That updates FreeBSD, this updates your packages, and that upgrades all the packages. So that'll bring it all the way up to date. So that's why when I first connect to the machine, I usually run that. So become yes. That means I want to be sudo. Otherwise, it won't work. Basically, it would be like me typing the command without sudo, and it wouldn't work. The SSH config is a pretty straightforward one. This was specifically for the computer, the FreeBSD. Sometimes when you use FreeBSD in a hosting provider, they'll install it for you, right? So I was using DigitalOcean, and they installed this for me. So the SSH by default on DigitalOcean allows root login without password. So they can log in if they have like a key or something. But I don't want root login on my server ever. So I'm looking for that root login. So I'm doing a regular expression. Let's find a line that's what this this little caret starts with. So it says start. The line has to start with permit root login without password. If it does, delete it and replace it with this. And don't back it up. Become root, and then this is a new one. Notify, restart SSH. So a notify calls a handler, and a handler does restarts, like I was telling you. It'll restart services or things like that. So if I was to look at handlers, you'll see that we have a restart SSH in here. All a handler does is it just says, there's a service called SSHD, and the state of it needs to be restarted. Be root, and you're listening. If something notifies restart SSH, if the notify has that exact contents of restart SSH, this will listen for that. So this is only ever triggered if a notify gets called. This will happen. SSH will restart, and then it'll have the new settings. It'll be ready for the next thing. That's it. So that's what the common role does. So on all FreeBSD systems, I typically do that. So I have that in a common role, and it'll set them all up. Now, specific to Pooja, I made a role for that. There's really only a few files. There's the Pooja and the package list. So the package list should look familiar. Pooja templates package list. This is just the category and then the port name. We had multimedia FFmpeg in here. It looks like I put some graphics thing. Maybe I'll just change that to we'll just set it to what we were looking at earlier. Multimedia FFmpeg. Cool. And then the other things that are in there, we had a task. That's really the only other thing to worry about. These main files just include other files. So you don't really have to worry about them. So I'm just going to do the Pooja task. OK, what does Pooja do? There's a tool called rsync. And you can sync from a remote server to your server or from your server to a remote server. In this case, why would we use Ansible for Pooja? Because you can automate the whole thing. You could change the host file. You could rent a server from somewhere, run it for an hour, and this server could be from DigitalOcean or something. You could have it cranked all the way up. It could be a really expensive server if you run it monthly, but if you're only running it for an hour, perhaps it only costs a quarter or 20 cents or something. So you could build an extra powerful server, build all your packages and ports on it in record time, and then use rsync to sync them down. So first we need rsync though. So we'll get rsync and then we'll get Pooja. You can combine these two together. You can do, you can have a name of a package and then a list of packages for it to install. I did explain that a little bit in my, if you go here, BSDPW, you'll see at BSDCan this year, I did a Ansible playbooks to automate deployment of various services on FreeBSD. Here's all the code from that. This one has some more tricks in it. Installing packages with a whole list of packages all at once and different things. So if you wanted to grab this Ansible code, that's probably a good one. It's got a lot of good little tricks in here. Like I could just crack that one open here real quick and show you. They had router and then web app. I think router is probably the right one. And then where is it? Projects, BSDCan, Ansible router. And then we had roles, right? And then a router, and then a task, and then probably this one. Yeah, so it would show like, here's how you install multiple items. You say package, you put in quotes item, and then you say with items, and you put a little dash in the items below it. So that'll install multiple packages all at once. And I can make that bigger. So yeah, that's a cool trick. You don't have to type it all one at a time like I had on here. But as we learn, figure out cool things and make updates. So I have Pooja and rsync, and just like we did before. But instead of typing make dir, we type file. So and the state of directory. So I just need a directory, user ports dist files. And then I also need a directory, user local Pooja. Okay. And then I need to configure Pooja. So remember, we opened up the comp file, we looked for FreeBSD host, and we added download freebsd.org to it. Well, that's exactly what this does. And same thing. We're looking for something that starts with a commented out zpool, and it's setting it how it's supposed to be. And then it did the Pooja jail command like we did, and the Pooja reports command. This one puts the package list onto the remote server in their home directory. And then this one builds. This one will download. So this is the end. So after it's all done building on a powerful server, you do your download packages here. And to use rsync, you just use the module called synchronize. And so synchronize, you want to pull. So pull remote to here. The source is the Pooja data packages, and the destination is roller home packages, or wherever I want. And now all I'd have to do is set my package repository to point to that folder, and I'd have it all ready to go. And I could go and erase that. So you can even add into these commands that will create the server for you and then delete the server for you. I never really got into that because I keep switching providers. There's DigitalOcean, Vultr, Linode, and they all work differently. So if you come up with some really fancy code and then they change something, then you have to come up with more fancy code. So I kind of just do that part manually, right? I'll go create the server, I'll add my SSH key, and I'll put the IP address in my host file, and I'm done. So let's try this. So how do you run a playbook? You say Ansible playbook. You can put a dash with 2 V's so you can see more of the output. It doesn't have to have any V's for verbosity, but you can do a whole bunch of V's if you want to see more stuff. I think 2 V's is practical. It shows you just enough. And then you give it the name of the playbook. So our playbook is called playbook.
So earlier when you did fetch the website,
Cool.
you didn't download it, right? Was it downloading?
Where? What?
Earlier, when you did the fetch,
Oh, yeah. When I fetch the Ansible folder.
was it downloading it?
Yeah, fetch is a command. So man fetch. Fetch is just a command that downloads things. It's like wget on Linux, but we have one called fetch. Yeah, I don't think I don't know if we even have wget. Yeah, there's a wget, but it's fetch is really the it's just included. We didn't have to install it. It already came with FreeBSD. So it gave us an error when we tried to connect. So let's first just double check that we actually can connect. Okay, we can. So what's it mad about? So it's saying it can't connect to, it's because there is no, okay, that's fine. If you notice, it's trying to connect to my machine using the default name that DigitalOcean sets its user to. So DigitalOcean usually calls its user FreeBSD. So all my stuff is based around DigitalOcean because that's typically where I push everything, but a month ago they stopped supporting FreeBSD, so you can still use FreeBSD on there. You would just have to probably export this VirtualBox image to a file, upload the file to DigitalOcean, and create a droplet from that file, and then set up all the network settings yourself. I don't know why they removed support for it, but they did. So you can still use it, but it's not an option in the menu anymore. But how do we change that? So anything that's different between computers, it should probably be a configuration. So you can set those up in group vars all config. And this is where you'd set all the things that need to change. So I had like a port name here. Now we didn't use that port name, but we could have. If we wanted to use that, and then deploy users, obviously FreeBSD. So first let's change that to roller, because that's what it was supposed to be. And then we didn't actually use port name anywhere, but if we wanted to use port name somewhere, I mean, we could have did it in Pooja role templates. And then we had that package list. To use a variable, right, you would just say, what was that package? I think that's what they were calling it, or package name, or what did I call that? Package name, a port name, okay. So I did port name there, yeah. So if you want to use variables, you can throw them inside of like that. And it'll basically, before it puts this file into place, it'll go through, read this, put whatever the variable is in into the file, and then it'll transfer it to the computer. So now, if we were to run it, Ansible playbook double V, now it's saying it's still trying to connect as, the reason why in this particular case is the playbook itself has a, no, it's not in the playbook, it's in the config. Okay, there's only a few files in here, right? See that first one, ansible.cfg? I think that's where it is. Yeah, it was in here as well. You don't need it in two places. And then we did change. You can make a variable. I usually do make a variable that's called Python version. And you'll see that in my other playbooks. That should be the trick though now. So it'll connect to the machine. It's bootstrapping Python. Basically, it's installing Python to make sure. And then now it's trying to do the Freebsd upgrade. And then the, yep, that was also a problem. The, it's using 3.10 now, which I mentioned, but I forgot to change. So yeah, we'll just run it again. And the cool thing, Ansible, you can either run it again and it'll do everything again. You can also, so I'm just going to cancel it real quick. It was in the middle of installing Pujara, right? So I can run it all again and it'll go check. If it doesn't need to, it won't do a bunch of the things that it just did. So if we look at the soft keyboard, let's pull up the pause break here and scroll up a little bit. Okay. So if you were to look, install rsync, okay, it went through, installed the package. Disable root SSH logins, it did that. It actually didn't need to change anything because this didn't have that configuration like DigitalOcean did. So it looked, it didn't find anything that needed to be changed, so it just said change false. The Freebsd update, okay. So if you wanted to skip directly to a, oops, let's pull that back up, sorry. Make sure you turn off the pause break if you enable it. Okay, you just give it the name. So you just say, you go up, and then say -- start at task equals the name of the task. Install Pujara. It'll start there. So it'll skip all the other stuff and start there. The other one you can do is you can add -- step. Step is cool because every time it does something, before it does it, it'll ask you if you want to do it. So this is good if you're making sure your stuff works, but you don't want to run everything and you just want to make sure it works. So no, I don't want to do that. You know, no, right? Yes, right? You can change whatever you need to change. If you hit C, it'll continue like you didn't type step. But yeah, you can just keep trying no, yes, no. So yeah, that's kind of what I'd recommend is step and start at task are really helpful when you're creating playbooks. Because once they work, then you don't have to do anything. You just run the playbook, it does all the stuff. But in the meantime, while you're figuring it out, you can step through it. You can start at a certain task. And that's kind of what we use it for. You know, just to control machines the same way we would control machines, but in a little more automated fashion. So does anybody have any questions about Ansible? It's very similar to this program called Salt. There's many other configuration management programs that do pretty much the same thing. Which one? I haven't used that. Chef, I've heard of. Where did I heard of Chef? Yeah, I've heard of Chef, and they have recipes and stuff. Yeah, so Chef is similar. So yeah, any type of configuration management tool should be able to do the same type of thing. But it's really just to get you out of the terminal typing the commands manually on the machine. It's more of a, we know the commands work, so let's just edit the host file and tell it what machines we want to control. And then you kind of can step away from the whole thing and have really good automation. And what I like to use it for is I have playbooks that set up my whole stack and all my services and everything. So when I want to make updates to it, I could go into the systems and upgrade Python, and then Python has packages that need to be upgraded, and then Freebsd needs to be updated, and Freebsd needs to be upgraded, and all these things. Or I could create a new server, run my program on it, and it will put everything in place where it needs to be, but it'll get all the newest versions of everything. So I can just make sure it works, and then delete the old one. Typically with my systems, the only unique part is the database. So I run a script that will use that synchronize thing. It'll go in, it'll tell the database to back it up. The database will be backed up, but it'll be on a file on the remote server. It'll use synchronize to pull it down, and then it'll delete that file. And now I've got the server backed up. And then I can restore the server to my new machine, make sure everything is working, and then erase the old one. That's typically how I like to do it. And the cool thing, Freebsd has a solution called CARP, which we can look at the CARP. So you see user level common address redundancy protocol. Oh, that's interesting. But anyways, what CARP does is you can give multiple servers the same IP address, and set one as like the master, and then that way you don't have to change any configuration settings. Upstream, you could have things that think your database server is at this address, and that is where your database server is, but maybe you've got 4 of them, and CARP will just make it so that the upstream doesn't have to worry about any of that stuff. Upstream just has their configuration file pointing at 10.0.26, and that's all they care about. And you have 5 servers called 10.0.26 because you can do that with CARP, which that's what makes FreeBSD so cool. Is that you'll hear a lot of these technologies just coming up all the time, and they're amazing, Kubernetes and all these things. But what do they do? And then if you can implement the same things in very common, easy to understand FreeBSD, why not just stay over here and do it this way? Especially since some of the best performing clusters I've ever seen are FreeBSD machines. And they're just incredibly powerful, and they're usually ran by a small team because you don't need this giant team to manage these things, because there's a small handful of configuration files that does everything. And it doesn't seem like it be that powerful. But that's what I love about it, is as it gets more complicated and you learn more things and you go further down the rabbit hole, you bring all this complexity with you if you document it like this. But your documentation runs. So Ansible just makes your documentation on how things work actually become the thing that makes your code run. And so you no longer do you have to worry about, how did I do Let's Encrypt? I don't remember how I got the HTTPS certificates or whatever. So that's why I brought this computer. So I'll just show you now this before we close out here. This is my FreeBSD laptop, and this is where I do all these things regular basis, and kind of just give you a quick overview of what you can do with this software and why I think it's so cool. Because what you've learned so far is how to create an operating system and install a few services, maybe a desktop, maybe I want to customize some of the programs, but you've got enough pieces now where you can start to learn how to do something in Linux, or learn how to do something in Windows, or some completely different environment, and you can kind of see, I could probably do that over here. And once you start to play around over here, the implementation becomes much nicer, actually, when you look at it at the end of the day. I think I heard it said that FreeBSD, the idea behind it is really a few small tools you can learn to do everything. And that's what makes you so powerful. And I really like that idea. And that's really what Drew was trying to say at the beginning was, the stability of it isn't just around it being super fast and reliable. It's also around it being understandable, so that you can step back into a very complex process, but actually pick up where you left off and not be too confused about it. So I'm going to start X. This is my personal laptop. I use it to develop Python code. This would be, I developed Python, that's my dog. He's cool. I've got 4 of those. They're waiting at the window probably right now for me, like, where did he go? But this is what this looks like. So this is PyCharm. You can use it to control all your code. You can do all the stuff on the command line too, but PyCharm has just got a nice interface. But essentially, this is all the same stuff I was talking about. Ansible with the roles, and it has different things like a web server and database. But this database is using MongoDB just because it's so simple. So I just want to show you real fast how powerful this stuff is, because there's no reason why you can't build full-on websites with these things like this. So here's a website I built. This connects to an API. You put your email in here. Yeah, you put your email in here. That'll connect to MailChimp's API, and it sends your email address across through MailChimp. And if you look over here to the services, we had a service called a mailing list. That's all it really did, was it grabbed my API keys from MailChimp, and it just needs the groupings, which is this is just some MailChimp settings, but essentially what it really needs is the email. So it grabs the email, it strips it and makes it lowercase. If we wanted to, we could be grabbing their name and address and stuff, but I set those to blank. But yeah, that's really it, and then it'll call the API. It'll try to call their API and subscribe the user. So it gets you to this place where you can have these very understandable project that you build in Python, but then it just runs so good on FreeBSD, because how do you get this to run? You just go here and you say, okay, I just need to run a couple of commands, set up my server, maybe do some Git stuff, right? I have a Git repo and it has a key file, and copy a few things into place and start some services. And the coolest thing here is this one right here. So you're seeing this template using gunicorn RC. I, down here, am running Python -m gunicorn blah, blah, blah. That's how I'm running my app. If I wanted FreeBSD to do that for me every time the computer starts, you just create a file and you put it in the right directory, and it'll do that for you. So the file looks like this. These are FreeBSD startup files. They are called RC scripts, but essentially you just put the different little pieces. Let me close this things up. So you put, this is that command right there. It's -w gunicorn workers, and it's got the timeout and then the main app. So it's running the same command, but there's plenty of other things, right? Like it's changing to that directory, it's using this username, it's using that group, it's logging to this file, it's running as a daemon in the background. There's a few extra things you can do, but essentially you just give it a name, what you want to call it. So when you do service restart, or that's the name that you would use, service gunicorn restart. So you give it the name that you want to call it, and then you just say that this is a Python. It's using the Python from the virtual environment. So go into the username of the person, and all these variables come from that config file. So before this goes on to FreeBSD, Python comes in, Ansible reads this, puts all the variables into here, and then throws it onto the machine. So when FreeBSD sees this file, it looks a little bit more like this, actually. So okay, so I'm logging into that machine, and I want to look at that file. And that file is what, user local etc rc.d unicorn. And you'll see it read through and it replaced every little piece with FreeBSD projects, Coach Aaron. And so it found my project directory, it found the username, everything, and it just puts it where it's supposed to go. So that's what's cool about these things is very flexible, and that way you don't have to invent new ways to run your software. You use the same ways the ports tree uses to run any software. Why not have your custom app also use the same infrastructure? So that FreeBSD is just really cool that way, and you can kind of tap into things. And yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. And I thought I'd just show you that you can build really cool piece.
Hey guys, welcome to Bodybuilding.
Oops, you can build really cool. I don't think I'm running my server right now. Really cool pieces of functionality and build websites with databases that pull information and these are all. Right now, this is what BSD PW is going to end up being like. I just don't usually build tools for myself. I build them for friends and people. But eventually I will build one for the BSD PW website. So it's more of a, right now it looks more like a blog, just pretty basic, but I'm going to be switching it over to more of a full Python web app soon. And it's going to, my idea for it is just to be the place where you learn all these things. And as I go down more rabbit holes and learn more things, I'm getting into Salt next. So I'll be making Salt, how to do stuff with Salt and different things like that. So if you're curious, I will be updating these playlists, but basically these last three are on my channel, the YouTube channel. These top three are, this is the FreeBSD channel, and this was a conference I did. So if you want to learn a few more things, check this out. Also, it will be updated going forward. And I hope to have more of a full-on project pushed over there as well. And yeah, make sure you check out this talk when it comes out. That was pretty cool. Just about how I have my, we've all been at our houses and how have you set up your house to be a little more friendly. So I teach you kind of how I have my router set up and run my gateway and my firewall, DNS, DHCP, those kinds of things. Yeah, so if there aren't any, if you have any further questions, you can always get a hold of me. You can either click this contact here at the top, but the easiest way, my email is just roller at this website. So yeah, roller@bsd.pw is me. So if you need to send me an email, that's where you do it. Yeah, I look forward to hearing from anybody if you have any questions. And I've heard of people using Jenkins. I believe FreeBSD even has a FreeBSD Jenkins for building stuff, a public one that you can look at. I think I've seen it, that they use for building stuff. They have a wiki on what they're using it for. Yeah, so I mean, Jenkins is pretty universal. You can use it with most anything. And so here's some information about it and presentations and stuff like that. But yeah, I hope you guys got the bug like I do. I mean, I had a lot of anxiety trying to show this stuff to people originally because I was like, this is just how I do it. I don't know if this is the right way to do it or not, but it works. And typically on the internet, you'll get people replying to you being like, you're doing that all wrong. But they don't tell you how to do it right. They'll just say you're doing it all wrong. On some forum somewhere, like Quora, usually is where I hear weird stuff from people about FreeBSD. I'll try to answer a question on Quora, and they'll be like, you can't update and upgrade FreeBSD with that long command. You're going to just delete all my port configurations. I'm like, okay, but that's because you're installing all your stuff from ports, because you don't understand why you're installing stuff from ports. Because if you did, you would be building your own repository outside of the machine you're using, and this wouldn't be a problem. So you start to run into those kinds of things. Like if you set it up how I do, you won't have a lot of these problems. So that's why I decided I'd get out and start teaching people, because I didn't just learn all this stuff myself. I learned from rabbit holes and trying, and then a lot of these books are super helpful. But there's so much more in these books that I haven't shown. And so that's why I recommend them. And I mean, this firewall is what I'm using at home for my firewall, the book of PF. It's called Packet Filter Firewall. It's super, super powerful. SSH. And then this networking for sysadmins is a really good book because it just helps you get your head wrapped around stuff that you should care about. And it's thin enough that it doesn't cover a bunch of random stuff. It's really built for system administrators. But yeah, I could just show you stuff all day. I love this stuff. I run Plex on my servers. If you don't know what Plex is, check it out. Radar, sonar, all kinds of cool things that you can install to automate your media server life. Plex, P-L-E-X. What this does is you tell it the folder and the type, and then it handles the metadata. So I say, my movies are in my movies folder. And it goes, all right, let's see what's in there. And then it goes, oh, there's a database that has all the information about this movie, and a picture, and a description, and it looks like Netflix. So it'll kind of turn your thing into something like that. So you have music library, it'll crawl through all of your music and make it look pretty. You can download it to your phone and stuff. So it does a lot of the cool things that you'd want to do. So yeah, I use this for all my media stuff, and there's some tools that you can also install to help out with that. But yeah, I would just highly recommend that. And which one? Flute? No. I build all my, oh, you mean like mobile apps? Or how do you spell it? Oh wait, Flutter dating, what is that? Hold on. Flutter app, okay. I was like, I think I'm on the wrong one. Cheers, welcome to Flutter. How it works. Oh. No? Oh, okay. Build apps for any screen, okay. And what do they learn? Okay, so you're like creating an app. No, that's interesting. No, I'm doing all my stuff just using, stuff like this. So this is fantastic. This tool somebody built during COVID because they're bored and didn't want to go crazy, but this guy is brilliant, and he did the coolest JavaScript stuff you've ever seen. Basically, I was showing it a little earlier, but so you can start your app. And it does stuff like this. So it does HTML over AJAX in the background. So you kind of get like a HTML API, I guess you would call it. So if I logged in as the admin could come to the videos page and see the library of videos, and if they wanted to add a new category, they could just click that button, and this form comes directly from the AJAX API. So it calls Python, Python responds with HTML, and it goes right here onto the page. What's cool about that is the HTML that goes back onto the page you can control too. So I can just hit edit and add something, change this, right? Who's the author, roller, angel, whatever. When I hit save, it takes that data, puts it right back onto the page. It's probably easier to see over here, so like the Freebsd day, right? It just puts it right back on the page, updates in the database and puts it on the page, and it does cool stuff like that. What an amazing tool, because to install it, you just have to include one file, HTMX, that's all it needs. And you just do an hx get or an hx post or whatever, and the URL that you need it to do that from. And it just makes building websites amazing for that reason, because it gets you away from the idea of your admin has to go to the admin section to do stuff. and they can only do stuff on a back-end admin screen, right? It gets you that idea of, well, why can't the admin be looking at something they want to change and just change it? So that kind of gives, that's what that's all about. You can delete and, you know, add, put a new Python video in here or whatever. So this isn't really a Python video, but I'll just show you. You know, put the link for YouTube in there. And the thing I did was, YouTube has different links, right? I only need this part. I don't need the whole thing. And also YouTube does this thing where if you hit share, that it has this link too. So there's 2 different links you have to worry about here. But so it could either end with the ID, or it could have the ID as a query string. So to deal with that, you can go to the view model here and just find the one for the video and find the one for the add video. And all we're doing is we're creating a URL class because there's this package called YARL. So it makes searchable URLs. So you give it a URL and you call it, so now it becomes a URL basically. And then I can just say query.getV, and that'll give me the video ID. If that didn't get set because it didn't work, then just do the path. But don't start with the slash, start from after the slash. So you just put a little 1 there. This is called slicing on Python. You can tell it to start at the start 1 in and go to the end. You can also go to like reverse. There's a lot of things you can do with slicing to grab just a certain section. It's kind of like paging in a database where you just want to load a certain number of results and just grab just those. So that's kind of what slicing does. But yeah, I mean, that's why I love Python, and along with FreeBSD and all these things, is because you can start to get a very understandable, very powerful piece of technology that is reproducible with Ansible and configuration management. And it's stable as hell because it's running on FreeBSD, and you know it's secure, and you know when you update it in all the packages, it'll just work. And you know, I mean, usually I just keep pushing updates on my servers for years, and they just keep being happy because they're not running very many packages anyways to keep all this running. So low resource utilization, super high performant, and easy to understand, right? You step back into it and you're like, I see what's going on here. And if you don't remember, that's what your Ansible has all your configuration in there. Here's what my configuration files look like for this whole website, right? I needed to give them a fully qualified domain name. I needed to set the projects directory. I needed to give it a Python version. Because in this particular one, I made Python version go and replace that number all over the place. Because as you saw earlier, there was several places I had it where I forgot to update it. So projects that I actually use on a regular basis, that feature's in there, where it actually takes the version and puts it where it's supposed to go and things like that. And then all this, none of this is secret. This is all fine. I could show it to you, it's fine. The secrets are here, and they look like that. And it's Ansible. You can run a command. You do Ansible playbook in your command, but you can do ask vault pass, and you give it the password to decrypt the vault. That'll decrypt this file and all the API keys or database passwords or whatever you needed with your app, the secret that you didn't want to set somewhere. That's where you can keep it. It'll stay with your code. It'll live with your code, but it's not accessible until you decrypt it. And you only need to decrypt it when you create this thing and you push it out there. So it's a pretty secure way of doing that kind of stuff. But yeah, any more questions? Great, thank you. Welcome.